and we are now in 2024. Wait, a little loud, aren't we? Welcome, everyone. And with that, if we could please, we've got all commissioners present at this time. We also have Charles Rudd, our city manager, Bobby Pickens, our city attorney, Pam Taylor, our code enforcement officer. We have Captain Ussery with the Putnam County Sheriff's Office, and Colonel Wells with the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. So if we could please, everyone, if you able, please stand. Commissioner Banks, would you please do your invocation?
Oh, gracious God, we thank you today for your life, health, and our strength. We continue to continuously pray for our community. Pray for the commissioners and their families and our citizens. And we ask this in your son Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for showing up this evening. We hope you all had a good new year. We're looking forward to 2024 being a positive, strong year for the city of Crescent City and for all of our residents. We've got quite a few activities. It's been quiet for a few weeks, but it's starting back up. We're going to start with this coming Monday. Well, actually, this coming Monday at 10 o'clock at South State Bank. We will be marching for the Martin Luther King March. This is an annual march that we do here in our community. We encourage everyone to be there. Please, if you can, come out, show your support. This is an important event. So show up at 9:45. We will march from South State Bank to Eagle Lion Park. We're there. We will have a reception, and I know they've got hot dogs and beverages available. Also, this Saturday evening, we've got our night market. This is a new market. We had the first one in December. It's going to be right here on Central Avenue, and it begins at 6 o'clock Saturday evening. It's going to be at Sea Gypsies Art Gallery and Yoga Studio. Then, next Saturday, we have Arbor Day. And the Arbor Day festivities are going to kick off at 10 o'clock with the planting of trees at Harry Banks Park. And then from there at 11 o'clock at Eagle Lions Park, we're going to have our Arbor Day celebration. Again, another important day here in the community. Please make sure that you can join in if you're able. We also have our farmers market, which is starting back up. And that's going to be January 27th from 9 to 2 at Market Square over here on the corner. And we've got I told you, we've got a lot going on. We've got an art exhibit, an introduction to chair yoga, and that will be at the Crescent City Women's Club. And it's a free event. It's going to be this Saturday, January 13th from 1 to 4. And they'll be discussing the benefits of art and yoga for mental health. Also, the Women's Club, they've got Let's Play Bunko. This is new for them, and it's going to be the third Wednesday of each month. It starts at 1 o'clock. It goes from 1 to 3. The cost is $6. Snacks and drinks will be available for a minimal charge. And of course, they've got bingo. So we've got bingo January 19th, which is next Friday evening. It's $20 for dinner and bingo. Dinner doors open at 5 o'clock and bingo starts at 5:45. You will not want to be late. They're also having My Sister's Closet yard and bake sale. That's going to be the weekend of January 26th and 27th from 8 to 4 on the 26th and 8 to 3 on the 27th. And then we've got on January 18th, for our Fruitland Peninsula Historical Society, we've got Rob Matson. He's going to be talking about gunboats on the river, the naval civil war on the St. Johns River. That's going to be at the Women's Club at 4 o'clock. Is that correct, Sheree?
Yes.
Okay. And then our ARC, which is our Animal Rescue Consortium, they're going to be having Saturday, January 20th at 1:30 p.m. They're having an animal advocacy meeting. And that's going to be also be held at the Crescent City Women's Club. And then Commissioner DeVito has asked us to share that we've got our homeless count that is going to take place this month. There will be training that's going to be at the library on the 16th, which is a Tuesday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there will be one training at 10:30 a.m. and another one at 5:30 p.m. And then the count is, the big event is January 23rd, 2024. I know she's worked very hard on trying to get volunteers to come out. If you have a free few hours, please, by all means, show up and volunteer. It'll be much appreciated. Whew, we have a lot going on. Once again, the year has started off strong. And so with that, I'm gonna start off with our, Charles, we're gonna start with our presentation, which is our 2022 audit. So it's
Thank you,
right
Eric.
there.
And our auditors are here. Auditors here to make that presentation for you. You have a copy of it in your packet. I also have hard copies here. If anyone wants a bound copy of it as well.
Good evening, everyone. All right, happy to go over the audit for year ended September 30th, 2022. I'm James Halloran with James Moore Company, and Brendan McKittrick, the other one listed up there. He's our director on the engagement. He's presenting another audit tonight over at City of High Springs. So he's unable to meet you guys tonight. Let's see if I can get this thing.
Then you turn on the little on switch on the left side.
All right. So with this audit, there's a couple different audit reports that are from James Moore Company. The financial statements themselves are always the responsibility of the city of Crescent City. So with that, you'll see a number of reports in there. You guys are subject to U.S. auditing standards, government auditing standards, as well as some rules from the Florida Auditor General. You are not subject to additional requirements under federal or state single audit. That would be if you expended greater than $750,000 in either federal grant funds or state grant funds. So for this year, that wasn't subject to it. But you do have an unmodified opinion on the financial statements themselves. That's the best opinion we can provide as certified independent public accountants. States that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects your financial position and results of operations for that year ended September 30th, 2022. So next we get into the government auditing standards report, internal control of financial reporting and compliance. Those reports look at your financial internal controls or financial reporting, as well as any material non-compliance. So you see three different buckets up there. You see material weaknesses, you see significant deficiencies, and material non-compliance. A material weakness is the most severe comment we would provide as auditors, and that indicates that a material misstatement in the financial statements could occur and not be detected timely by your policies and procedures and your controls that are in place. So you had one instance of that related to reconciliation of account balances. You do have 4 significant deficiencies. That's the next level down. And that means it's something that we thought as auditors was important enough to bring to the attention of the commission. So with that, we had 4 different items: utility billing rates, which we've had in the past, bank reconciliations, also a repeat comment, and then 2 new comments related to journal entry review, making sure that there's a review process in place for who prepares and then review those journal entries. And then also proper authorization of a cash disbursement that we make. There were also 2 material compliance findings, one related to the gas fund, and that's making sure the monies are placed, there's cash placed aside to meet the bond document. The bond document has certain requirements of what's supposed to be set aside, and that did not occur. Also in the CRA, there was 1 expenditure there that we looked at as well that we thought wasn't in compliance with the CRA. Also, the Auditor General of the state of Florida has requirements each year that we report on. And with that, we had just 3 improvements. These are just recommendations and suggestions. They don't rise to the level to be in the government auditing standards report, but still some things for improvement. There's a public depository report. And what that is when you put your money with a financial institution, a bank, they protect you above the $250,000 of federal deposit insurance protection. But unless you notify them that you're doing that, you really don't have the protection under the law. And it's a report, it's an annual report that you file with the bank to say, hey, here's our funds, we want it to be under the Public Depository Act. And that restricts how the banks can invest those monies. So that's the importance of that. The other items was what related to health insurance. You know, there was a time period that health insurance had gotten canceled and then reinstated. And then we also had one comment dealing with the budget. We also, as part of the Auditor General, look at the overall financial condition assessment of the city. And we do that 2 different ways. We look at about 20 different financial ratio indicators. And we compare you to similar size cities based on your population and taxable property value, as well as a 5-year trend. So you guys come out as inconclusive average on that, which is what I would expect for a city your size. We also, under Auditor General Standards, issue a report on investments, where we look at the Florida investment statutes to ensure you're in compliance with those, and we had no findings related to that. So kind of give you a little history if you're wondering, okay, where did we fall out in prior years on the number of comments. So you can see, you know, material weaknesses have declined, which is good. That's the most severe category, but we have a little bit more on the significant efficiency side and a couple more suggestions than we've had in the past. So 5-year trend, if you're looking at your general fund, which of course is your main operating fund of the city, you can see the blue line there is your revenues, the red line is your expenditures each year, and then the purple line is where your fund balance sits, or what you have left over at the end of the year. About 1.6 million is what you have remaining. You had a net increase of about $87,000 in the general fund. So I always like to put that in perspective and say, so you have this money, say $1.6 million, that seems like a lot of money, but then what were your expenses for the year, and what do you think expenses will be in the future? So when you look at that as a percentage, if you think about your rainy day fund, personally you may have, whether it's 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, depending on what type of activities you do personally, you know, you're at about 74% if you look at what you spent in 2022, so probably about 9 months, a little bit more when you look at where you guys are at for budget for the next year. There's about 9.5 months. Right in line where I see similar size cities, usually 6 to 12 months is what I see cities your size have. Major reason for that, you actually see that percentage goes down as you get to a larger government. And that's because larger governments typically have the ability to borrow from multiple funds where they have excess cash. So usually my smaller governments, my counties may only have less than 3 months, less than 2 months even. So some of your other governmental funds you have, of course, you have the Better Place funds, about $488,000 at the end of the year, just a slight decrease, and that just depends on where the projects are. Of course, you know, that's the sales tax monies you get for that each year, and depending on the project you're spending there, that fund will go up and down. And then, of course, the CRA. There is a separate audit issued on the CRA as well, as required by Florida statute, so there is additional information in there. So your business type funds. So business type funds, by definition, enterprise funds should be self-supporting. So the goal is you have charges for services out to your customers, and then that pays for the expenses inside their fund, as well as any new infrastructure, equipment, operating assets that are needed. So as you can see, the gas fund is not doing as well as the water and sewer fund. Gas fund has a deficit in its equity at the end of the year. So unrestricted net position is assets less liabilities. Typically, you want to have net worth or net assets. In this case, you don't in your gas fund. So basically, you're underwater in your gas fund by about $107,000. So 2 ways to fix that. Pretty simple, just like light. Either you got to increase your rate of your charges for service, increase those rates, or you got to figure out a way if you can decrease any of the expenses coming out of that fund. Water sewer about $725,000, $726,000. You know, about 74% when you look at it as from your operating expenses. So that's been pretty consistent over the 3 years. You can see the gas fund's been declining. So some other items to note in the financial statements, you do have long-term debt. The biggest portion of that is in your business type activities. That's the bonds in your water and sewer, as well as your gas fund. Governmental activity, it's great. You have no long-term debt there. So that's always nice to have, not have that burden on the taxpayers. Retirement plans, your general employees are all on a defined contribution plan. So basically, there's a defined contribution plan where the city contributes a portion of their salary. It's a defined contribution plan. We do have the police department, of course, the police pension fund, which is being closed out. Hopefully should be by next year. I believe all UD's got signed on that, everything as far as I can follow? Yeah, so hopefully by next year, we might be closing out that fund, and then you still have the fire pension plan as well. Those two plans in total at September 30th, 2022, were both in a good position, being there were more assets in the plan that we needed to cover, not only the current liabilities, but the long-term liabilities. Of course, that can fluctuate with where the market goes, which this year the market came back rather well. So that's always a better position to be in. The primary funding source for that, just so you know, in the last couple of years has purely just been state insurance premium taxes, as well as employee contributions. The city hasn't had to contribute money in a couple of years in those plans. So the percent fundings are healthy there at 141% for the fire. Of course, the police, should be shut down here and not the end of 9/30/2023, not the next year. So I'm trying to keep it short, because I know you guys have a busy agenda for the night, but always happy to have any questions or comments you guys might have.
Commissioner?
Man,
Commissioner?
this is something that I'm not sure, talking about depreciation.
Okay.
Because when we budget, we don't budget for depreciation.
Correct.
But then when we audit, we take out depreciation, is that how it's supposed to work? Or you?
It depends on the fund.
Okay,
So your enterprise funds include depreciation as an expense, where your governmental funds do not. Your governmental funds will show, say you go out and you purchase a new fire truck, right, large purchase, right? It's gonna cost probably more than $2 million, right, $1 million, $2 million. You'd have an expenditure of $1 million going out of your general fund in that year. As opposed to the enterprise fund puts in, say, some new lift stations, right? That's, the cash goes out, but then you take that you appreciate it over time. So say it's over 20 years, you're gonna take that $1 million over 20 years, and that's what hits your expense side. So, but for cash flow purposes, you still gotta know that.
Yeah.
Because for cash flow, you need to understand, like, in that case, do you have the cash to pay for that out of that fund? If not, then you're borrowing to do that. And typically, you're typically only gonna borrow to put infrastructure in most of the time inside of an enterprise fund.
Right.
That's for really large. The only time I really see governments borrowing on the governmental side is city hall purchases, those type of things is what I typically see for a small government.
Commissioner Banks?
In your opinion, how are we going for a small city outside for population, 1,500 people?
Then you say, how do you think you're doing in what,
Yeah.
in what regards?
How would you,
That's a broad question.
in our finance?
Well, it's simply do the financial condition assessment
Yeah.
for the auditor general, so you're falling in, just average with everyone else. Yeah, the auditor general gets concerned is an additional thing we look at that I didn't mention, because you guys aren't even close, there's a financial emergency criteria we look at, and that would be instances of where a government was not paying its bills, whether it's employees, the IRS, debt, those type of things, that would need to be disclosed. You guys aren't anywhere close to that. So that's the good part. For most parts of the city, as I mentioned, other than the gas fund that's at a deficit, there's definitely cash available, which is a good position to be in, not to have to worry about that cash flow.
Yes, Commissioner White?
we've talked in the past about, or Charles and I have talked about our unrestricted reserves that we have. We have this rule of having $1 million on hand for natural disasters and stuff. And I've seen that, but that's also caused a problem with us for like USDA rural development, not being qualified for grants because we have that money. Is it something that I've seen in other cities on budgets that they have like an emergency or natural disaster fund or something? Is that what we would suggest would be the way that we should handle that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how the USDA interprets that, but I do have governments that have a separate policy they set for that and say, what they do is say, the only time that money can be used is in the instance of a natural disaster. And how that changes on the financial statements where you have your fund balance. There's different buckets. There's restricted, that means an external party has restricted it. The state, like gas taxes, restricted, or bond covenant. Then you have the next level down of restraint would be committed fund balance. And that's where that bucket would go. What that means is that, in your case, the highest level being, the city commission has voted that a policy in place at how those monies can be utilized. So that's the next level down, as opposed to just an assignment of fund balance, which can be changed at any point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, right now, it's just unrestricted, it's just in there.
Correct.
Undesignated fund.
And doesn't,
Yeah, so I mean, when it sits in that committed bucket, you guys couldn't use it unless it came back to commission and you basically voted to change the policy you have.
For the Commissioner DeVito, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a couple questions, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, you said one of your findings was that there was an expenditure without justification.
Right, in the CRA or the cash disbursement ones, we had two different, not sure
Right,
which
I
one you're referring to.
For the city, it said there was an expenditure of more than $1,000, but there,
Yeah, there was a cash disbursement, they didn't have corresponding purchase order included with it, and there was no documentation of quotes or formal bid as well.
If we could go through some of those, because just so for the general public, so they understand what those, so they understand and there's not a misinterpretation as to what those are.
actually, can I finish my
Yeah, no,
question?
that's.
So it's my understanding, though, that, what you do when you audit is a sampling. You
Correct.
don't look at every single piece of paper,
Exactly.
the check that's written, payment. So, I guess my point of that is, if there was one, there could be others, and I'm assuming it's important to have policies and procedures that make sure that, we don't do that. I mean, we don't make payments without the justification attached to it.
Yeah, we did, even though we saw that instance where the policies weren't followed, it was a valid expense for the city.
Sure.
So there wasn't any indication of fraud or anything like that, it's just more bringing to your
You would have
attention
told us.
that, that you have the controls that were not followed for that particular purchase. And I don't remember that.
That was was it the fireworks? The fireworks, I know was for the
Fireworks
CRA.
was CRA.
CRA was the fireworks.
And that's always important because, there's some in other political areas that don't really like CRAs. So, there's been lots of audits by the Auditor General of CRAs and studies done, so that's always an area of concern to make sure you're looking at what your CRA plan has and what allowable activities are under that CRA plan, as well as what the statute has as well, but it really falls back to the statute's gonna be more broad, and then your CRA plan usually is narrower, and it's gotta be narrower than what the statute is. So that's what drives what's a valid expenditure there.
What was it that invalidated the fireworks? Was that the state or was that our plan?
On the plan side.
The state.
The state, the
Oh, the
state.
state.
We were funding it and they changed the law and we had just
Okay.
found that out, that we could no longer fund those events. So for many
Yeah.
years, we helped fund, we didn't fund the entire balance, we can make a contribution to it.
The trend in CRAs is to make them purely capital in nature. That's where they're trying to push them to. Most of my cities that have renewed their CRAs, your guys' renews, with their local county, at that time, they're making that switch and making it purely just capital. Where say 15 years ago, there were a lot more that was involved in development of Main Street areas and Main Street events and things like that. Those are kind of seen disappearing, and they're more related to the infrastructure capital assets for an area.
Commissioner DeVito? Have some more?
No.
Okay, I know with the health insurance, of course, that's when you saw that, but it's my understanding when that happened, that there was a crossing somewhere, in communication with Blue Cross Blue Shield and the mail, and they got that payment out immediately. They felt like they had already made that payment. Is that correct, Charles? Do you remember? Yeah, and so, but that still was a ding on aspect.
Yeah, and there is in the last page of the audit, you'll see the responses back from Charles and staff on all the various comments.
Just want to make sure, because a lot of people don't read the last page to see what. see
Why
what
I
it's
tell
on.
people, if you're reading an audited financial statement, you read the beginning and you read the end, because that's where everything is. pretty
That's
much.
what, yeah, that's what the truth is.
The audit, I do leave a letter too.
Correct.
That's all.
Anybody have any other questions?
I have a question for
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Charles, or actually, the debt compliance issue, have we done something to alleviate that?
Actually, we had that's the second time comment. We alleviated it out the first time, and then what we're now trying to figure out is how did it get out of whack again? It was only about $4,000 off. We moved the money in there as soon as we saw that, but then we already had the comment. So not sure why that went out of compliance again, but we're letting that.
So hopefully, in the future, I mean, because we're dealing with year ending 2022 right now.
Yeah.
So we're
So,
already in 2024. Because that actually says it's the third year repeat comment on debt compliance, so. That's what we.
The other one was a public deposit or annual report.
Yeah.
That's a recommendation.
Yeah.
And that's pretty easy to, I mean, it's a one-page report, basically filed with each banking institution.
Because we asked, our bank about that.
We did, yeah, I didn't mention the report, but.
Okay.
And the reconciliation, and my understanding is right now we are currently reconciled up to date. And that of course is due to, well, you know what we've gone through.
Yeah.
So, with knowing what we've gone through, I think that all in all,
And this year was the declaring year, it was the declaring year.
so all in all, I feel like, you know, we did, and especially with, you know, if we can keep those material, we get that down to zero, we dropped it several
There you go, yeah.
comments down. So, thank you. Any other comments?
I have a question for the city manager. Charles, I saw, this page 58 in the audit where you provide the management response, which is acceptable to the auditors, I understand. But for the commission, for your next city manager report or the next meeting, the, responses say basically they will be corrected, we reviewed the process. Could you give us a little more detail? Like, you know, who in the finance department is taking care of this? Just so, particularly because of the changes we've had in the finance department, the commission has some understanding of who's doing what, and then, if someone leaves or changes their job, we'll have a better, you know, better feel for, you know, what needs to be, taken up in terms of slack. So, thank you.
Mayor, just a reminder, I do need you to vote to,
Accept it.
and approve the audit for the record.
We need a motion to,
I move that we accept the fiscal year ending 2022 audit.
So,
I have a motion and a second. Karen, would you do a roll call for us, please?
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye, so accepted.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
You too, thank you. Okay, with that, commissioners, you have before you the approval of minutes. We've got the December 14th, 2023 CRA minutes and the December 14th, 2023 regular meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
Go ahead and make a motion to approve these minutes for December 13th.
I do have a couple of corrections that I did make, so.
Include my corrections.
Yes, they're correct.
I wasn't sure if that was.
The ones that you had stated, and the mayor and Commissioner Lori.
Mine were,
Yours were almost the same as,
mine was making sure that ordinance 2023-12 included your vote. That it also that on, 2023-13, that it included Burton's vote. The consideration of the vote raised event, we added T to event. And that was all I had on that one. And then on the CRA, the commission recommended tabling the grants for these two properties. I said to please, if she could please add for these two properties. And then Commissioner DeVito requested a report, data of asking, making, I asked her to strike asking and making inquiries. Those were my changes. Commissioner DeVito, you have your changes?
Well, I'm not sure this is where we're supposed to do this, but,
How would you like to do it, Commissioner Grant?
Well, it's my understanding that we should all see the changes that are being made before Karen makes any changes. In the past, we've never had the clerk make changes that we don't all see. And all of a sudden, we're just submitting them and she's,
Hey, did you get your
Changing them.
changes? I mean.
The
you have
official
your
copy is
changes.
what you have, she's just preparing for your changes.
Yeah, so we still
Anticipating
have our
changes.
copy.
Yeah, it's still the official copy in your
She
packet.
hasn't given us a new copy.
You haven't voted on the change.
okay, but we don't have the changes in front of us for each of us.
No, she's reading off hers, and now you're gonna read off yours, and then you'll all know the changes are proposed.
Do you have yours?
Well, could you say again what the change was for the CRA? Because I didn't get that.
My change recommendation for the CRA was after a brief discussion, the commission recommended tabling the grants. I asked her if we could add for these two properties, clarify that. And then where it says asking, making, when you go down 1, 2, 3, 4, it says to take out the asking. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, so for the CRA minutes, I think after that sentence where you took out one of those words, asking, making, I think it's important to note that the commission had a discussion on the need for data and the reasons that businesses may or may not locate in Crescent City. We had quite a significant discussion on that.
So how do you want to, what do you want to add?
What I said, the commission had a discussion on the need for data and the reasons businesses may or may not locate in Crescent City.
Okay. So everyone in agreement with that one?
That's okay, because we had a good discussion.
Okay, what else do you have?
Okay, and I'm not sure if these overlap with yours. Okay, my observation for public hearings 2023-10 and the second reading of ordinance 2023-12. I'm not sure if you covered these, but the minutes don't reflect that these were a redo based on a requirement of the Department of Revenue. If you don't say that, it looks like we're passing our budget and millage.
Okay, so we wanted to add that into it, that this was a,
It was a revision based on the requirements by the Department of Revenue. I think Charles had the information in his memo.
okay, everybody in agreement? Okay, what else you got?
Okay.
And I added in that 2023-12 that you voted and for your vote to be included. It's not in there.
For 2023-12? Yeah, no, thank you very much. Okay, on the last page of our minutes, under city manager's report, the second line, says mentioned should be inserted after the word the, damage to the boat dock, just as mentioned the boat dock, it was
Okay.
damage to the boat dock. And then the sentence just says the repair costs, it would be helpful, I think, if that was included. I think it was in excess of $20,000, wasn't it? It was a significant amount.
I can find out. I'll highlight that.
Okay. And then, actually, under city commission, it says Commissioner DeVito mentioned having more stop signs on Central Avenue and Main Street. I really was just talking about Central Avenue, not Main Street. I mentioned the Main Street intersection. But it was really just more stop signs on Central Avenue. I don't want people on Main Street to think I want even more stop signs on there. And I think that's why.
You want to put on there, more stop signs on Central Avenue and where Central Avenue and Main Street intersect?
Sure. That's very specific, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, any other changes? Anybody else have any suggestions? Okay, with that, we have a motion with the changes, we have a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Okay, so moved, minutes are approved. Let's move on to our public comments. I'm gonna open this up to public comments. We're gonna start with, this was the first one that put hers in, Tracy Ephardt. Please come forward, state your address if you please. You have 3 minutes.
Tracy Eckhart, 109 North Prospect Street. I'd like to share my thoughts about the lack of animal control here. This is something that's been a hot topic since I've lived here, approximately 7 years in this county. Yet the only thing that's happened is that it's progressively become worse, with the county administrators dragging their feet. Our state representative Bobby Payne was front page about a week ago, made headlines because of the bill he's doing. Bringing forward, forming a dangerous dog registry, which again will not solve our local problems. 2 weeks ago, 3 wild dogs were roaming on Park and Lake Streets at approximately 9:30 on a Sunday morning. Since then, I've caught two times the last week on my security cameras, these same dogs between 1 and 2 a.m. No collars. It doesn't look like they belong to anybody. They look ragged. They're pretty big dogs. In the past week, a resident walking her small dog was attacked on Grand Roundup, required her to take her dog for emergency surgery. 2 days ago, while walking my dog on South Prospect Street with my 92-year-old mother, we're admiring peacocks, and all of a sudden we see these 2 enormous dogs headed for us on South Prospect. I've never seen before. This isn't the first time this has happened to me in this town. It's been like Stella, it's been Southwest neighborhood, it's the other side of White Crescent. It happens all the time. Residents like to walk here. We try to pitch ourselves as a walking community. We have a bird walk for the community. We have historic home walk. We have brochures for these things. But the fact is, it isn't safe to walk here. The city of Crescent City must take control of this loose dog madness here. We can't wait for the county to do this job. It's been 7 years since I've been here, and they've done nothing. The Crescent City Commission, you can't control the county's lack of animal control, but you can take control of our 2 square mile city. I propose that you guys hire an animal control officer for our city. The purpose would be to capture the wild dogs, turn them over to the county, and enforce measures that you would set that could be put in place for loose pets, where we have poor ownership, irresponsibility of the people in this town are some of it. I ask you to please schedule a workshop and make a plan for this city so we can be safe. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, and she's gonna check it, so I guess it's gonna be everything Diane Sykes.
So, in the event that I want to say something, yeah.
Okay, so she has an open speaking. Do you have anything in public comment that you want to say?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I'll put you over here, Diane. We have, Nancy Taylor, but you want to speak on, the plan, is that correct? Okay, I'll put you over here. Yeah, Danny Miller, and Danny Miller, I believe you also want to speak on that, is that correct? And
That's
not just the
correct.
general? Okay. And we have Kevin Jordan, and Kevin Jordan, you have not checked either, do you have something you want to speak to?
My concern is the drag boat race.
Okay, so I'll put that on their drag vote. Okay. Do we have Anybody else that was unable to fill out a form that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir. And just before you leave, if you would make sure you fill out a form for Karen, just so she has it for the record.
I will, thank you for reminding me. Good evening, Commissioners. I want to also second and support what was just said about animal control. It is a very serious situation. I can tell you that a year ago, 3 dogs started showing up in my area. By the way, I'm Dan Dodge at 218 South Main Street. And they were, during the day, at night, at first they were skittish, but they became more comfortable. And they started killing animals, cats, raccoons. In fact, my brother got bit by one of them trying to save a cat. Anyways, so I, at that time, called animal control. I called them 7 times. I spoke to several volunteers. I never received a call back. Since then, I've understand that they're poorly funded, poorly understaffed, and can't meet the demand, which we can all understand. However, the situation still exists. And now we're hearing that it's throughout our city. So I want to speak to the importance that something really has to be done. I volunteered at that time to have traps placed on my property and to assist to try to capture the dogs. But again, I never received a call back, and I can understand why. I further understand that recently there's a new director, and we're all hopeful that will make changes. I know there's a plan for a new facility, but that may be years out. And if the expenses aren't increased, it really is the same old situation. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Commissioners, was in contact with Julianne Young with the county, and I talked to her about, I know one homeowner has volunteered. Mr. Dodge, I'll make sure she knows you also about being able to put a pin. I know there's requirements when you place a catch pin on those properties. We do have 3 that are currently roaming the neighborhoods. I know they've been spotted over at Save-A-Lot, Dollar General, over off of Prospect Lake. Seems like they come out at night. They also, people are seeing them during the day. So I asked them, I sent them pictures to make sure that Julianne has pictures of those dogs. She said that animal control is aware of them, and they are working to try to capture them, and will get with me, or so I can put them in contact. So if anybody else would like to put a pin on the property, please, let us know, let Karen know, or reach out, let me know. I have to agree, I'm hearing from more and more people that are concerned about, we're a walkable community, and we pride ourselves in that. Oftentimes we're out there by ourselves. And to have the dogs, for people to be fearful of enjoying their community, that's a concern. It's a concern of mine. I voiced that to several people with the county today. So I think we as a commission, we probably need to have that conversation once again.
Mayor, could I just share something for people who aren't aware of this? At my request, last year, I think, sometime last year, we had a workshop on animal control. And Commissioner Pickens came, Deputy County Administrator, Assistant County Administrator Julianne Young came. There were quite a few people from the county. And at that time, they told us that they were limited in finances, that they would only enforce the county ordinance, which is not as stringent as Crescent City's ordinance. And at that time, the county asked us they've been asking us to adopt their ordinance. And, I felt that was very unwise. I shared those feelings with the rest of the commission, and I was very grateful and appreciative that the rest of the commission saw the point of retaining our Crescent City ordinance, which is much more restrictive. It requires animals to be on a leash, well, mainly dogs, we can try to have a cat. And our ordinance allows, well, it's just much more stringent. It allows whoever is in charge of animal enforcement to pick up, stray animals. Whereas the counties, you have many, many chances. So we've kept our more protective ordinance, and I agree with the mayor. I think that, the question of how to enforce our ordinance and make sure that we don't have to live in fear, of severe bodily injury is very, very important.
I really think we need to have a workshop and come up with a solution. We just come up with ideas and thoughts, but we need to come up with a working solution to how to solve that problem before somebody gets seriously hurt. If somebody gonna be, ain't nobody gonna own the dog, then it gonna fall back on your guys. Here. So we really need to come up with a solution about these dogs. And I've been hearing this and hearing it down through the times about dogs in Crescent City. Now, it's time for us to act, to do something about it. Really,
I am concerned with, Commissioner Banks. The workshop that we have, I really think should focus on Crescent City. I don't think that we need to, I hate to say this, we've tried very hard to work with the county. But this, I think Crescent City, it's time for us to come together as a city and say, what can we do about it? Come up with the solutions that we need for our 2 mile square city. Come up with an enforcement type officer that can give the dogs, dog catcher, whatever we need. But I think that the city now has to address it for the city. That's the way I feel, and the sooner the better. So what's the date for our workshop?
Well, we're gonna set a workshop, we have that at the end to set our workshop, so Charles will just add that to it if we can.
Yes.
And I will say this too, I don't know, probably a lot of you, Donald, I found this out too, that Donald is, as of Monday, is no longer, he resigned.
Well, maybe he can get a job here in Crescent City.
I don't know where he went, but Donald was, he was very helpful because he parked here, he came through town every morning, and oftentimes he would be here at 7 in the morning, looking for dogs and helping. So to me, that was a big loss, but anyway.
Mayor,
Okay, with that, yes.
most people may not know who Donald is. He was with County Animal.
Yeah, with the, and that's why I said a lot of people had his, had his direct telephone number. It doesn't work anymore. Okay, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn it over to, Captain Esser for our sheriff's report. Welcome, Captain.
Hello, how's everyone?
Happy New Year.
Yes, it is.
May I say something before you begin?
Do you need to say something?
Yeah, before he begins, I think he should just actually explain what Marcy's Law is. So
Okay.
There's really no explanation, so I think everybody should understand what that law is.
Okay.
Okay?
Charles, I had problems with this the last time to get my thing at full screen. You remember what we done last time? It took me a while to get it. I was nervous about this.
Some of you will notice a few of our commissioners are very techie right now. I'm very impressed, Commissioner Banks,
Is that it up there?
Commissioner Burgess.
Can't get it.
They're very techie. I am still not techie. I'm still, I like the white sheets. And Commissioner Ward is extremely techy. And Commissioner Pego, you're still a white sheet person too. Yes, me too.
So
Marcy's Law was enacted to protect the victims of crime, so they weren't able to be located or you wouldn't know who they were. So that's technically what Marcy's Law is. That's it in a nutshell. So that's why on your papers you see here, that's to protect the victims' identification, where they live and things like that. So that's kind of what that is. Is that good enough?
Yeah, that's good enough, it's just that you just say.
But I am allowed to say that those were misdemeanor thefts. Other than that, I just don't want to implicate anything.
And I understood that, but I wanted everybody else, because
Yeah.
there was no explanation for why it was even a theft.
I got you.
Is that on?
Probably.
Well, that's,
That was part of it.
It's on, but it's not working.
Harry, you don't finish on how to do that.
Try to turn it off and back on.
I'm believing it was quicker on learning that than you were. It's not only that, pretty quick yesterday.
It's hitting me.
I was impressed.
Hey, he's got all the grandkids to help him out though.
Well, that's all just, can't forget to use your phone to here. Your grandpa.
We're having some technical difficulties, Mayor.
That's okay.
I'm very disappointed in Captain Ashley.
Me too.
I thought he could do all that.
I noticed that that's bad, though.
Yeah, he does have that.
You
You hook my computer up.
Your nose on the right hand side, just try to confuse these.
Yeah, it wasn't working. Yeah, we want to try that as well.
He's probably used to dealing with, more up to date. Technology.
That's right.
Yeah, there we go. Yay. Better now?
Yeah, okay.
All right, you see, the first one we have here is an evidence report on that, East Lake Street, North Lake Street. We see a lot of these during Christmas times where people follow the FedEx trucks. We think probably this is what happened on this one. We're not sure, but FedEx truck package was dropped off and the resident came home, said it was dropped off and they couldn't find it. FedEx confirmed they dropped it off. The other two was just what I talked about earlier to protect the identity of the victims in this. Not gonna name a location or a name of anything to implicate those, but those were two thefts as well.
Was that on the same date or was that?
No, they were all spread out. There's no, I'm certain that these were not related in any way.
And just one other thing,
Oh, okay, so it's two.
I'm sorry.
Wait a second, we can go.
So that was two different people? There's two different cases or two different?
Yes, I'm certain there were three different people in those cases. It wasn't like a spree or anything like that.
And just for future reference, MARS.
You got me? You got me?
Sorry, let you know.
All right.
Yes. Okay.
So our traffic crashes, you'll see on the next slide here, I failed to change it. It shows two. There was actually one. We actually did have two case numbers pulled. When I tried to find out the case number, I found out that it was a case number that was pulled in error. So there was not a report done on that because it didn't meet the criteria for a report. Any questions on this one?
Commissioners, any questions?
I do have a question. Do we have a report that says how many traffic crashes we have at that intersection? Where we're changing lanes and we're turning left and we're doing things. So like they're at 308 and Summit, I mean, do we have? See, I would love to stop like that.
Yes, I can collect the data. It would take me a little bit. And what are we actually looking for?
Well, I just wanna look for a reason to have a stop like there. But I'm not sure, I think you went ahead and talked to,
Yeah, DOT needs a certain number of
Well,
accidents.
DOT does that study themselves, and the last time I spoke with DOT, they said it's about 36 months behind to get their study done. So we're talking about 3 years even to get the study started. They do the study, and then they
because it
identify.
just seems like that seems to be a hot spot for, you know.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
that's all, thank you.
Somebody else mentioned that to me too, that they've noticed that people coming up on that when they're supposed to merge, that they're, you know,
It's a busy intersection. They're paying attention to everything else that's going on there, and they end up merging together. Commissioner Laurie asked for this. He asked me for, again, a failure on my part. You asked for the last 6 months on this. I accidentally did 5. So it just kind of shows you the numbers, the way they go there. I kind of explain these. As you can see, the general calls for service, they're going to fluctuate with whatever's going on. Now, the traffic stops you see here is a good reflection of when we're doing operations in Crescent City. And this was just one of those, and particularly this one, when you go over to the reports, 18 of those, 11 of those were drug cases. So the reports that were written, so very, very proactive month.
And that was this month, that's December, correct?
December, yes.
How many of those were drug cases?
11 of the 18.
11 of the 18, okay.
Did you guys do was in December, they did the Arrival Live or something that statewide? You guys do more traffic
All the
enforcement?
campaigns,
Yeah,
we get involved in some of those. We actually just enacted a traffic unit, so that's gonna be helpful as well. But yes, a lot of those campaigns we get involved in, the seatbelt campaigns, there's another one for DUI, and then there's several that we get
I
involved
just
in.
know over the holidays, especially the
Yes,
Christmas
absolutely.
holidays, it's like, there's stepped up enforcement. I didn't know that was why we had 117 stops or.
It was operations that we did.
Commissioner Banks, the mayor's out of the room. May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm not sure I understand, on the very right where it says reports. What is a report?
That's a report that's generated, saying that's an offense report that was written. So
Okay,
Deputy
that's-
actually goes out and does completes an offense report.
So somebody, if you have something stolen from your house, you'll call.
Okay.
Right, for the one.
But, so I'm trying to understand, was there a relationship between, there were 117 traffic stops. So was there a relationship between the 18 reports and the traffic stops? Were you saying that some of the reports came from the traffic stops?
I was just trying to express the level of proactivity that the deputies had during the month of December, that actual 11 reports were written that were drug related.
Okay,
But they
okay. So
took-
you were
they actually
talking about the reports, not
That they either took
necessarily.
narcotics or paraphernalia off the streets during those stops, yes.
Okay, yeah, I think I saw a couple of
Yes.
them. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Again, here's your 6-month comparisons. This is your actual crimes that we're monitoring: the robbery, burglary, vehicle theft, aggravated assault, and that's your totals there. We had an increase of 200% going from 1 to 3. So I enjoy seeing these numbers, so hopefully we can keep it this way.
And those were the ones that were Marcy Law, that had the beginning.
That counts in there, yes.
Okay.
I'm still gonna count the crimes, I just can't get the information on the specific cases.
With that 200% increase, when this is reported to the state, they take that into consideration?
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay, I just wanna make sure.
And even
that
we-
that they're looking at, there were 3,000 and not 200%.
Yes, I was being facetious.
I know that, but it is an increase, but I just wanna make sure that when it goes to the state, that that's what they're looking at.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from Catherine?
No,
Commissioner Evita?
I just have one comment. I'm glad they made a lot of traffic stops. I don't know if this is for the current month or whether it was over the Christmas holidays, so on the west side of town. You can hear a lot of cars with loud music, which I understand y'all told us there is a new law that no longer allows really loud music from cars. Particularly on the weekends, you can hear it all over the west side of town. And quite a few cars with very, 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 very dark windows that you cannot see. Do your deputies keep an eye out for that? I mean, aren't you supposed to be able to see the person inside the car?
Yes, we do. We actually even have a temp meter at the Crescent City office that are able to check in and out, so.
Okay. Well, just, I don't know what's going on the east side, but you can hear the music on the west side.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing else?
Captain, I think, I don't know who thought it was, but I failed to report hours of Sunday school, church literature. And I think the UPS put it to the wrong address. So I didn't call to report nobody had stolen because I think they put it to the wrong address. I called the headquarters up in Tennessee and they immediately mailed me some more books and literature. So that's why I didn't report it. I don't know whether I made the error and put it at 1150 Hunt Road or 1114 Grove Avenue, Crescent City.
Well, I'd rather just on a side note, I'd rather you just call and let's figure that out in the long run and just make sure.
I called the headquarters up there and they
Yes,
sent
sir.
a book and, we read it. They got it down here the next day
Awesome.
from, Memphis, Tennessee, so I don't know how quick they did, I don't know how they did it, but they got it to my house where they have been bringing them for years. I don't know what made them put it, that was 50 Road where the church is located. But they did do that, but I didn't.
Somebody may have some nice books.
Well, that's good.
I was gonna say, let's hope if they took it, they read it.
Read. That's very good.
It's another little story, for some reason, I think it's FedEx is shipping all of my next door neighbor stuff to us. They get the 107 and 109 confused. So I rifle through it, see if there's anything I want. And then I go over and give it to Debbie, you know? But no, so I think mistakes can be made.
Yeah,
And
yeah, right.
I think they're honest mistakes, most of them.
I think my husband's still looking for my FedEx Christmas gift.
For as good as they have done, I tell you, I give it to them, because they are some busy people during the holidays. That's for sure.
Oh my God,
They really are.
all hours, all hours. Okay, thank you.
Any questions? We're good for the parade, everything's for Monday, so.
As far as you're doing a rolling road close, correct?
I've got everything taken care of, so other than that,
Okay.
unless you guys have anything.
Fire truck will be in the rear,
Yes,
is that
already got
correct?
the chief out, yes, chief out.
and I'll be down there too. So. Anybody else, will you be down there? I know you'll be down there. So you'll have all of us down there. You're gonna be there? I plan to be there. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. We'll see you all
Thank
soon.
you, appreciate you, everything you do. Okay, with that, I'm gonna recess our regular scheduled commission meeting, and I'm gonna open up our CRA board meeting, and with that, Charles, I'm gonna turn it over to you. I believe we've got,
Presentation tonight, our consultants have taken the input they gathered, to December and added more detail to those 6 opportunity areas we've been talking about. Just make sure, we are still indeed heading in the right direction. So I took the show on the road and showed it to a number of groups, some combined presentations, some single presentations. And got the feedback. I passed that along to Benoit and his team. That we've not made changes to the presentation, it's still with what they've seen. You're gonna get that presentation tonight. And the intention is for you to give more definitive direction so they can go back and begin to finalize the draft. There are a few points in here where we do need you to kind of give us some definitive direction, some points of the plan, what needs to appear in the plan, and the final product. You need some help with that.
What did you do?
the commissioners, while they're trying to figure that out, I'm gonna ask you if you feel we want to do this, because we also need public input on this. So if we can, it's at your pleasure, we can hear the plan and then open it up to public input to see their response to it, and then we can discuss it. Is everyone agree with that? Okay. You're on.
Good evening and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having us here. So Craig is here with me. So Craig's part of CHW. As Charles mentioned, we're here to take feedback from you on the draft master plan that we've compiled so far. We had some extensive sessions with the public, with the community through the process, and we completed in December the draft master plan, and it's been out for comment. It's been out for comment, and we've got some feedback from various groups. Charles, as you mentioned, took it out to the community at several sessions. So tonight what we'll do is present very quickly where we are with the master plan. If you have any questions on the specific designs, please ask me and Craig as well. And we'll also highlight some of the comments that we heard from you. So on the agenda, we have some project updates. So essentially we'll present the phase 2 design, the summary of the feedback that we've received, and then specific comments on the different opportunity areas. So we'll have each slide up, and then we'll go over the comments as well. And after this process with you today, we have about a month or a little over a month to complete, take all the feedback, compile it, and go over it with Charles again, and prepare the final master plan. So the phase 2 master plan, the draft master plan that you have, and that's on the city's website, and that's been in circulation at the road shows as well, essentially has the general purpose of the master plan. If you recall, we completed the phase 1 assessments, which had detailed mapping, assessment of all the opportunities, the life and the culture of the city, and the soft things and the hard things, infrastructure, everything combined. And from there, we took all the feedback and prepared these concepts. In big consideration would be community aspirations through our public engagements. We talked about the process and timeline, the draft vision and principles, which have been evolving since the phase 1, and then the 6 opportunity areas, which are the downtown area, which is the Central Avenue, Summit Street, the Cross Street, the middle school site. Opportunity area number 4 is the Lake Stella waterfront. 5 is the area in the north near the Winn-Dixie, which we call the Uptown Neighborhood Center. And the last one is the Southern Neighborhood Center. So those are the 6 areas identified. In summary, the feedback that we've received through this process and through the surveys, so you can see that the survey is still up and running, so we'll have it open for another week because we will have some face time today, and people will see that the surveys are up. The flyer is up, and the full report is on the website. Overall, we haven't had any major contention on which were the opportunity areas and the approach. I think the details have been discussed back and forth. There are 2 or 3 decision points that, as Charles mentioned, we'll go over that, but overall, the 6 opportunity areas, the focus of making downtown more walkable, increasing economic development, some of those fundamentals are kind of in agreement. Everybody's in agreement with all that. There are some technical comments that Charles has made and the staff have made in improving some of the designs and the drawings to making it more relevant, and so people can easily understand that this is the drawing that's shown of that specific area. As part of the process, as I said, we had it on the city's website. We had the QR codes and the flyers being distributed. The feedback was limited from that venue, and Charles took it for the whole month of December. He had several community gatherings. And earlier this week, we met with DOT to discuss the options for Summit Street. And I'll go over that when we get to that slide. So that's the highlight. This is the earliest slide. So this is our starting point. You've seen this before a couple of times. Essentially, this captures the summary of all the assessments and how we arrived at the different areas, the opportunity areas. And our estimate that the population of the city over the next 20 years would project out based on all the growth that's happening in Florida and our experience in seeing other communities, somewhere between 8,000. That is our estimate with all what's happening in the Northeast Florida area, and in discussion with the Regional Planning Council and all the developments that we speculate and know that are going to happen. We've also made some policy recommendations for you, which we discussed in the previous meeting, such as possibly expanding the city boundaries to the west. Also, some looking at it more regionally, we talked about other promotion activities through the CRA that could get the city more in the virtual space and have that as an attractor for people to come and visit and possibly to invest. As part of the plan, our task was really to look at downtown and focus on the 17 and Central Avenue, but as we learned much with the DOT, in the meeting with DOT, we can't, in order to make any conclusive or robust recommendation, we have to look at the whole city in its entirety and even consider the county in the context. So what we did was created a master plan framework and put into context all the assets in the city and how we can make it like a mosaic of different areas that can actually complement each other. The residential area complementing the commercial areas, the new activity centers, how the Summit Street will be treated. So all of that is put into context, and this slide shows that. What we also call for is branding of the different neighborhoods and districts. We've just thrown in some general names, but I think that's a long-term consideration for the city. It would give a sense of pride to the community. If we had, for example, the historic district, and we've named a few, given the West Side District and the Northern District and Southern District, you can actually have different districts, and then we have the downtown there, and it becomes part of the larger configuration of different neighborhoods and different areas within the city. In this plan, we also show some connectivity networks of the trails, the Blueways proposals by Putnam County, and also try and identify some of the public uses where the schools are focused on, the social uses, and the employment center, which there was a discussion on. So putting all of that into context and then focusing on the downtown area. In the downtown area, again, the focus is on Central Avenue and Summit Street. We narrowed it down to the 10-block area, 3 blocks north of Central and 2 blocks south of Central, and going from east to west. And some of the recommendations here, as you can see, is to create more of a walkable downtown area. So within the 10-block area, we'll see in the next slide, we propose a reconfiguration of Summit Street right in front, which we had limited feedback from DOT on. So essentially in our recommendation, we said the traffic and the volumes do not even warrant any kind of 4-lane traffic, and with a median in the middle. But if we can take back an additional lane from both sides, we would increase the public space. So that was our recommendation, and we tested it with the DOT. In addition to that, what's that?
How was that test?
So so then I'll go over this. So these were the concepts that we presented. So you see the area, the 10-block area, which is B. We recommended this cross-section where you have a median, 2 lanes going either way, and a shared lane with bicycles in the travel lanes, and a significantly increased sidewalk. So the DOT's position on that is currently this US 17 is a major truck route, and it is got to be that way, also considering that they're 4-laning both ends of US 17 from both sides. That being said, they said it is not out of contention, or at least in the long term, that with the opportunity of having a truck route, say on Union Avenue, you would have that opportunity to do that. But in its current day, this is not something that they would encourage or promote, just for the function of having trucks to go by. They recognize the safety issues and they recognize the speed issues. So the choice again, so this is the first really choice point for the city commission, is to whether to have this configuration in the plan as a long-term aspiration, because the master plan really is a visioning document for 20 years and beyond. Charles was at the meeting as well. We explained how the option of having Union Avenue being a truck route, not a business route, so which would take away businesses from there, but a truck route. Apparently, there are thresholds of population that would warrant, a truck route. But granted that, over the next 10 or 20 years, we would reach a point with economic development and people moving with the city, we could reach that threshold wherein we would warrant having that truck route. But that also means appropriating the right of way of those areas. So this is what planning does. We kind of position ourselves in a way that over the next 10 or 20 years, long after we're gone and done, the provision of those, if this is the vision that the commission wants and the city wants, we should, kind of pull that and make that a part of the plan. So the DOT's position is, in the present day context, this is not a viable proposition for them. We did even talk about roundabouts at Vernon and Summit as a possible feature, how some of these smaller towns have that. But that is also, the traffic isn't there. They've done extensive studies. They've passed on a whole bunch of studies to us about signalization and safety, and apparently a few years ago, there was some discussion about parking on the street and safety matters concerning that. So that being said, these are long-term propositions, and if the city commission and the community wishes to have this, we can include this in the plan and move it ahead. So that's a decision.
This is something I want you all, my feeling is I didn't want something in the plan that's just not gonna happen. And so if we say in the plan it's gonna just stay 4 lanes, so then we can look at, well, how do we beautify that, or how do we enhance it? I get that this is a visionary document, this is what we desire someday, but I know we're gonna revisit this, the community's gonna revisit this in about 5 to 7 years. So my feeling is, this was a decision point for y'all, I wanna know, direct us, like, show 4 lanes in there, and let's show how we can make it look better, or, let's keep it visionary, and we want someday to have it look like this, so we have it in a document where if it became an option. The threshold for a bypass is 10,000 people. So, their feeling, their experience is anything less, a bypass kills the community, so they don't.
They want that daily.
A population of 10,000.
Oh, population for traffic.
Population of 10,000, they don't consider it other than
Everything.
bypasses.
And let's get back on the plan and let him finish if that's
Yeah,
okay, and I just.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So on Charles's point, one way to mitigate or at least do that is what we call scenario planning. So we can say, the current scenario is the 4-lane scenario. And what we can do to slow traffic in this 10-block area. We talked about traffic calming measures. We had that discussion with DOT and how all that works. But also leave this in the plan saying, for the future scenario is this. And that's one way we typically solve these kinds of long-term, short-term, long-term, medium-term. So our opinion, our recommendation as consultants would be to leave this in there because it is a document, and increasingly what we're seeing with DOT, it's becoming more evident to the DOT that the local municipalities, they have a voice in how these roads are designed, and they reflect that. And if we don't have a vision, we heard it from them as well. If this is what the community wants to do at the long term, and when that truck route comes in, or whenever some other alternative measures are gonna happen, then this is a contention. If this is what we want, a more walkable, wider sidewalk, then that our recommendation would be to leave it in there. So the first opportunity area that, these drawings were displayed and discussed. So we had this is Central Avenue. We had 2 blocks, the block southwest of us, where we are recommending some infill development along this area. And the block next to it, right in front of the school, we're also recommending some mixed-use infill development. We estimated roughly that would be around 12,000, around 12,000 square feet of residential space, around 100 units at least within all these developments would occur in downtown, which would give it that additional density and population to support the commercial areas. In addition to that, we proposed some urban design features, including improving the street, having on-street parking, having street amenities and trees, and the whole brick and concrete mix in terms of the features, the actual look and feel. Better crosswalks. Also behind us, right here, we propose an alley, an activated alley, especially because the city controls these 3 lots between Ace and City Hall. When that turns over, it could be a unique feature like some of the alleys in Deland. It's about 200 to 300, less than 300 feet. It's a doable kind of proposition. We also recommended a green space right at the corner, which is up for discussion again. Our recommendation was on the southwest corner is because those trees are important and it will be right here near the hotel site. So essentially, infill where we can. We recommended, 2 to 3 stories of mixed use, ground floor commercial, upper 2 floors of residential, for sale product. But increasingly, we are seeing in the market some of these larger developments that are going on for sale. The developers or buy it in its entirety and then turn it around for high-end rental as well. Okay, so the price point is much higher. Generally in the market, especially in the more stabilized areas, that's what we're seeing as a condition. In terms of public improvements, we identified the park in front of the, right at the end across from 3 Bananas as reducing this parking area and making it a little more an activated park. We called it Celebration Park. We didn't provide as much details because that is one of your main viewing points for the fireworks and celebrations. So we're thinking a little bit of an urban extension of an urban plaza, a lookout area, possibly a water feature if there was discussion about a splash pad maybe over there. So all of these kind of features to enhance visitation to the downtown areas. Infill properties right at the city, the parking lot in the back there. And then, and that's the view and the overall kind of look, promoting that main street, keeping that, the character, the historic old town character with that. Summit Street, the main recommendation really is got to do with moving City Hall right next to where the fire station is, just south of the church. We feel that this location for City Hall is not in the right place. This is more suited for shopping, dining, and other Main Street kind of activities. So in the midterm, we're not saying long term, if there's an opportunity to secure some grants and funds and put in and bond some of your monies to build a consolidated City Hall / fire station facility, and you own some of the properties in the back there to have parking as well. Now, one of the other recommendations, there's a government county annex across. We've gotten some feedback that we've taken over some private property over here, but that's not going to happen. So what we were thinking of this location to be is really like a government complex, like where you have all kinds of services located on 17, accessible from all sides of the city, not just by road, the parking, even just physically, the east side and the west side, all of them have that. And you have a new City Hall that is more suited than what you have right now. It could be 2 stories with with adequate conference rooms and meeting rooms like this. And this facility could be actually turned over into something like in some of these smaller towns, you have like little malls and food courts and some things that actually promote a little more of the activities that are around the corridor. So that's another decision point that Charles has made a comment on. If that's something that we think that's a viable proposition and it's a good proposition, at least in the midterm, to have that, at least think of City Hall relocating to that location. And we understand that, Charles, you put in or you're considering putting in a grant for the fire station. We have
an appropriation request. The point is to indicate in the master plan, if the majority of you wouldn't want to move City Hall there, build a new building, then I'd rather not have it in the plan. But it could be something we intend to move there. We could always, another commission could decide, no, let's go ahead and move over to the older building. But my feeling, I mentioned a lot of this in my CN report, that the financial burden of an older building, as we see in this building, which isn't even as old, can be significant. So being right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. So, but that's up to the commission. You give us direction in this plan. Here's where we see the vision for the City Hall, and we'll make sure the plan reflects that.
Yeah, so again, so this would be enhanced by that same street reconfiguration, depending on how we want to position it. But regardless, we think that we should have a scenario plan for this, a full lane scenario with traffic calming and safety recommendations to slow the speed in this 10 block area for downtown as the interim or the short-term scenario. And in the long-term scenario, if you so feel, we should push for the reduced lanes. Craig is going to talk about the third.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For those of you who didn't meet personally through this process, I am Craig Brazier with CHW. We teamed with Illinois and Ayers on this project. It's been very interesting, very enlightening, very enjoyable learning about Crescent City. Because I myself, for one, have driven through here a few times and never really been out and about and explored. So I've enjoyed the opportunity. With that, one of the sites that we looked at was kind of centered around, let's see if I can find, I'm not sure where centered around the former school site. And I will have to say that during our public outreach and during our public workshops, this site definitely generated a good bit of interest. The community is very passionate about the former school site. So you'll see that at the core of this concept, we preserve the main historic structures of the school that can be repurposed for different uses that activate this space and create attention and activate the waterfront. We'll also propose some enhancements to what is a very nice boat ramp that you already have here in your community. So expanding on the parking, cleaning up some of the parking, making more of it, creating a little bit of a waterfront use here in a marina. It's one of the things that we heard during our public outreach and public workshops was, that the lake itself doesn't really have a whole lot of opportunity to boat for boaters, to activate the waterfront. So, and especially here locally in this community. So that would be an opportunity, is expanding on what you already have there with a beautiful boat ramp and offering some supplies or some fuel or any things like that, catering to the water users, both in town and that may come visit via water. To the south of this area, we were showing what it could look like to have some multifamily residential that also helps activate the space, bring people to this area. And then there's currently the vacant lot here just to the north of the school. So what we're proposing here are smaller scale, which you can see down here. So that is this kind of bird's eye view that you see here. This is of the corner right here.
That's probably the school site. There are certain buildings on there.
Which one?
That, just to the north there, yeah, that right there, that is part of the school.
Right,
Yes,
right, those are
It's not,
proposed.
it's not vacant, I mean.
My apologies. Yes, those were the buildings that were proposed to be removed. Yes, sorry. And then, replaced with a parking deck with, I think this one was looking at like a 2-level parking deck. And then some mixed use minor buildings around, the street frontage. So that would create some more mixed use, and you can see here the scale, stay consistent with what Benoit was talking about 3 levels. So you can have, office, residential, and retail, any of those mix of uses along, both of those roadways. So that's, the idea is to really activate this, and then one of the, elements that can really tie this together is reopening, Cypress. But what we're proposing here is more of, kind of a pedestrian multimodal concept does not include cars. So that, this becomes more of a destination area for pedestrians and for people who may live nearby. They can, feel comfortable and safe walking here without having to interact with vehicles. It's a concept that we, used in a lot of projects in other places. In Europe, I believe this similar type of pathway would be called a WUNR. So it's a concept that's, it's nothing new. It's been around for the longest time. But anyway, the central idea here is to activate the area, really use your waterfront and bring more people and economic activity to this location.
Mark, one of the other details is the removal of the fence, still fence off our water plant, but incorporate Sunrise Park into the campus, into the waterfront to the south, the trail. Will have to be some sort of stormwater facility there, which could be an attractive pond with a fountain. But the important thing is that slightly higher density residential at the southern vacant property. The frontage of that could be single family, we could require that, and then more dense behind that. Because one of the critical things I think for our future is more rooftops, more places to live, particularly in the core. And one of the things that discourages urban sprawl is increasing density infill in the downtown and the center. And I think that has to really ought to happen first and is a very, very, very important part of this. We get more people living in there that can then drive the business activity that will develop later.
So the fourth area we looked at is the Lake Stella waterfront. Most of the recommendations here were really about improving or capitalizing on this asset, making it a little more walkable, having more bike amenities. In addition to that, some of the sites that were vacant, we are proposing townhomes, low townhomes that would actually further the whole notion of having more rooftops within walkable distance to downtown. So it's a simple concept, but we've seen it very successful, across the state, because these are some of the main areas that people would actually buy into or come to. Even if people were moving from within the city, they would move in here because this area has a lot to offer in terms of active lifestyles and health and well-being, and then you're close to downtown. So, as a priority, I think these are some of the, it doesn't look like low-hanging fruit, but this really is. So, we were suggesting townhomes and condominiums, which provides an alternate product. So most of your product really in town is single family residential. And this actually puts many more people, would consider living and working there in contention to live in Crescent City. Number 5, Greg?
Sure. So the last 2 focus sites that we looked at are really the bookends or your gateways as you come in from the north and to the south on US 17. This one here is looking at the north end. The first part of this concept that we're looking at is to bring some more residential units here, also along the waterfront. So this is a multi-family concept here with some mixed-use buildings out on the roadway.
So those can, and I say mixed use, they could just be just purely retail buildings, single story with residential behind it, or it could be multi-story mixed use there again with a retail, an active first floor, and then residential units over it. The market will really dictate, tell you what is appropriate at the time the development is, ready. And then you'll notice here in this concept, one of the things that we wanted to do is preserve, somewhat of a view shed to the lake. So the way that these buildings are oriented, there is space in between, and even with the path here that leads to the lake so that you can still see, and that you don't have to live here to necessarily appreciate the water views. Across the street, we were working with the existing shopping center. So really dressing up an existing older style retail, which can be challenging, but fortunately, a lot of the trends that you see really favor making better use of this space that was once just blank, dull parking. So in a community that's really focused on being walkable and incorporating multimodal concepts, the need for parking is reduced. And we're seeing that in a lot of places, especially in urban areas where people are reducing, if not completely eliminating parking needs, and really kind of leaving it up to the market to dictate how much parking is necessary. So you can make a lot better use of that space in here with landscaping, with some outlying liner buildings along the highway that really frames it and lets people know when they're coming into town. When you enter this and you have buildings that start lining your roadway and are pulled up closer, you know that you're arriving at a destination. You know that you're arriving somewhere that that's different from where you just were. So that's the idea behind this, is really making this a lot more visually pleasing, improving the aesthetics, and anytime one improvement leads to other improvements, there's sort of a ripple effect and a domino effect. And then at the southern end, this is the southern gateway. So one of the things that we heard is the need for a fuel station that's easy to maneuver and that provides better service than some of the ones that may currently be here. So we considered originally a gas station on the east side of the road. We heard some comments about potential impacts to residential neighborhood back here. So since there was a little bit better opportunity on the west side of the road, this concept plan placed a gas station as well as others. The site was big enough to have other uses beyond just the gas station. So you have the building again pulled up to kind of help frame US 17 as you come into town. They're again giving you a sense of arrival. And this would also be a good location for some identification signage that also gives you a sense of arrival and lets people know that they're entering Crescent City. So with that, oops, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and so just to add to that, the new development is happening right there, and logically, all of this activity, this commercial activity supports that. Craig mentioned that the way this building is oriented, it'll have a front entrance from Summit Street, but the cars and the gas and all that will be in the back, so it won't be a typical gas station. There's comments on removing this retention pond in order to make it more accessible. Apparently, we're going to overlay the plans of this. There's a restaurant that's going to be in here. So we need to modify the plans to make sure that there's golf cart access and figure out how that's going to connect to a larger network. So we've received detailed comments on the major ones are the ones that we highlighted to you. But the others, Charles and team have given us good feedback on how to further, connect with what we've been talking and what the city wants in terms of design. So the last slide is really the next step. So, as you know, the project was in 3 steps or 3 phases. We completed now with this, the second phase with the draft master plan. And as you requested in our meeting in November, we went on a pause for a month and a half so that these concepts can be seen, commented on, reviewed, And we also actually have the opportunity to take it to DOT as well and make sure that what we are talking about is in line with just the main funders of infrastructure. So here on, from this point, we hope to gather further feedback from you. The survey will be open for another week. We'll take that on board as well, and then prepare the drafts based on all the comments and feedback received, and work with the staff to submit this by the end of next month.
Thank you. Commissioners, as we had discussed, we can open up public comment at this time, now that everybody's had an opportunity, and then we can discuss it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna open this up for public comment, and questions. So, I know we had Andy Miller, who asked to speak. And Nancy Taylor.
Good evening, my name is Danny Miller. My residence is 1400 Sunset Drive, Winter Park. That's my residence. Crescent City is my home. Always has been, always will be. I'd like to talk to you tonight about why the school is so darned important to so many people. And school is one of the decision points that was just cited by Benoit. You know, a small town is a unique and precious thing. It's not just a place. For many, it is home. It's that place where we're deeply rooted. This is especially true for those of us who have grown up here. In some cases, families go back 4, 5, 6, even 7 generations. For those who are transplants to Crescent City, I suspect that they too have a sense of awe, everything that home means. Maybe that's what attracted them to Crescent City. So what about school? What is it that makes it so darned important that inspires folks to such passion and support? You know, there's powerful symbols in a small town. These are typically churches and schools. They're not just buildings, they're the cornerstones of the home, where we learn the values and ideals that guide us in life. They are our bedrock. These symbolic places are irreplaceable. There's a new city hall proposed for the master plan, a new modern facility. Consider the alternatives. One is a rehabilitated historic school complex that is part of the very fabric of the community, a place with a deep emotional connection to its citizens, a place that, due to its historic status, likely can attract some funding for its rehabilitation and operation. A project warmly embraced and enthusiastically supported by the broad community. A project that is reflective of the values, the ideals, and the will of folks for which Crescent City is home. A project that is a beehive of activity and community services, including city and county offices. A place that represents the history and values of the town between the lakes. And inside, it could be new and modern in every respect. On the other hand, we have a proposed new city hall with no connection to the history or lived experience of the community, and perhaps a greater reliance on public funding. Successful rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of the historic school requires leadership. It's been 3 years since the Public County School District announced the closing of the school, and we have nothing to show for it. Every great thing begins with a bold vision and a firm resolve to succeed. The master plan will represent the vision of the city commission in fidelity with the citizens who have trusted you to represent their will, their interests, and their values. In conclusion, I respectfully ask that the commission resolve tonight that the master plan reflect that city and county government offices will be the anchor occupant of the historic school complex. I believe that the dynamic community and cultural center envisioned there cannot succeed without it. Thank you.
We have Nancy Taylor.
Nancy Taylor, Crescent City. People move to Crescent City because it is small and uncongested. Knowing amenities are miles away, they chose to move here. Knowing that they will have a long commute, they move here because Crescent City is nice to come home to after a day dealing with a day of congestion on multiple levels. People who already live here do not want Crescent City to change. They want it to keep its small town charm. Of course, it would be nice to have more restaurants, but we live here knowing that driving out of town for a good meal is really accessible and really nice. Only developers will be excited to put condominium apartments on Grand Rondo, and by the way, that land is not currently for sale. It's a bad idea to build a new city hall when there's a beautiful site complete with buildings and utilities, which would be lovely if renovated to house government offices. Crescent City and Putnam County need to get with the school board and try to work out some lease agreement. Government offices at the school site would also encourage some growth on East Central Avenue. Many attempts have been made to develop business on Central and have failed. When walking into a new city hall to pay their taxes, people would look around and say, oh, so that's what they did with our tax dollars. Annexation is a terrible idea. There's only one reason for it, and that is to fill the city's coffers, as everyone's property taxes would almost double, and they would be required to hook up to the city and water sewer for thousands of dollars each. Folks have a special place in their heart for the school, which has been a symbol of the community for almost 100 years. The city should and must commit to taking the lead on adaptive reuse by making it a new home for government offices. And of course, there are the economic considerations favoring that location. Of course, Crescent City will grow, but we want slow growth with folks who really want to live here and not just because it's cheaper to live here. Folks who enjoy living here and accept the lack of amenities that so many others demand.
I can hear you, thank God.
I'm gonna open it up, if you have not filled out a card, if you would like to speak at this time, this is your opportunity. Mr. Dodge, please come forward. And again, before you leave, Karen, if you get this.
And let me give this to Karen before I forget and leave.
You black out? Thank you.
Dan Dodge again, and as you know, I'm on the Planning and Zoning Committee, and I'm also chair of the Historic Preservation for Historical Society, among other things in the community that I don't need to get into now. So about the master plan. The fine gentleman spoke about along Lake Stella, where there are now single family homes and vacant lots, and the idea of putting in townhouses there. I think that is not a wise move. That is prime real estate. And I would strongly suggest, as in most good developments, that stays single-family homes. And that if there's a need for townhouses, that it go one street back to the east. That way, the best sites are the best use, single-family homes. Also, the fine report speaks about two important roads, Summit and Central, as really the main nucleus of the report. It recognizes in the future how these two will be important for our development, particularly commercially, and how their appearance will be very important. I recommend the relocation of City Hall from this site. It is not the best possible use for this site. It is on the major intersection of our little city, and it is very valuable and very desirable. So I agreed with that very much. As far as relocating a new city hall down on 17, adjacent to the fire station, I'm opposed to that because again, it's not the best possible use for that very valuable real estate. It is high visibility, high traffic count in our community, and therefore very valuable for future commercial development. And then we have the old school, which is well-known in the community, well-loved in the community, and very historical, and certainly well-built. And then another asset is the architectural integrity, the design. That entrance where you walk in, you know, it's wonderful. The way it's set back from the street, it's terrific. And renovation is certainly, or remodeling is certainly much more economical than building new, and particularly these days. And lastly, we know what we're getting. We don't have to hire an architect to come up with something that's gonna fit with our community. Thank you all very much.
Do you have anybody else that would like to comment on this? Anybody else?
I think the question,
Diane Sykes, Crescent City. I thought I saw that, well, or heard that the intent was to go from 4 lanes back down to 2. Which I don't understand why we would do that. I mean, you know, aesthetically it's nice, but we went through all these changes to get 4 lanes through Crescent City, and everything's gonna be 4-lane north and south of Crescent City on 17 anyway, so, although I'd like to see the street prettied up, I don't know that we have that much space anymore, because we've, you know, reduced, we keep the median, and we have a sidewalk, that's pretty much all the space we have. But I agree with utilizing the school. It's a wonderful building. I participated in a tour recently, and the space is there, and it's beautiful, and we should use it right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, if nobody else comes forward, I'm gonna close public comment. Commissioner, I'm gonna bring it back to you. Charles, you said there were some things that you needed us to.
Give us direction on
give some
the lanes.
instruction on.
Do you want to do, 2, 4, or as a short-term vision, long-term vision, and then the city hall location?
Okay.
Direction.
Mr. Smith, the one who's gonna tell us about what you said. And, you talked to him, and that was, what about the chance of having some enhancements to the 4 lanes? Doing some traffic calming, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that's what they recommend, and at least we would be discuss that with them on how we would have traffic calming measures, including, you know, possibly golf carts across it. And that's a whole nother issue because it's a federal highway and golf carts crossing that or running parallel to that is another permitting process. But I think that would be the interim scenario where we would have some kind of treatment to slow traffic down in the core area, in the 10 block area. And that's all we're talking about. Roundabouts, they were not favorable to on both counts.
Takes the same number of warrants for traffic light as it does a roundabout.
The problem with 17 is it's a truck route.
Yeah.
They determined it's a truck route. So they don't wanna do anything to necessarily mess that up.
Audience, if y'all will just
It's also been
have
designated
conversations,
US
it's just hard for us
17,
to.
so that designation as a US highway kind of works against it.
I do think that you need to keep that in the plan, maybe looking towards it in the future. But I know that we are kind of landlocked here because we are between 2 lakes. You know, being between 2 lakes is wonderful, but on the same hand, our transportation, you've got to get around the lakes. You know, or across the river, so we're stuck right now going north or south to do those things, so, you know,
Great.
there might be some other alternatives maybe in the future to help us with that, but right now, we're kind of stuck as a major truck route.
Good, and they did acknowledge that as well.
Commissioner Banks.
But two things, number one, we did a study. It could take years and years before they even were talking about a truck route. First, we need to try to get something in Crescent City, don't take it away. Cause when it came up about 11 or 12 years ago, that's what they were gonna do. Everybody knows where Stark's at. Okay, they finally did it around Stark. And it took a lot of the big trucks, which was on that, I think 301 or 441. 301 come through the heart of Stark. And they finally come to some senses to see that didn't make a whole lot of sense, because it pulled a lot of the business from downtown. And that's what they're gonna take to make things grow, if it's gonna grow gradually, business. If you just imagine, just think, man, just think. If we start up out there by L&W with the school bus, and we route all the trucks, why, there's some cars gonna go that way too. Just ain't only gonna be trucks. What left is gonna come through Crescent City.
May I say something?
Yes.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, because I understand what you're saying, but on the same hand, if you look at the land, and of course I brought that up earlier, the land has 2 lanes. And somebody says, well, they get to have 2 lanes because they have a truck that it routes around the land so that they don't have to come through the land. But the land is busy as heck. People come, they go to eat, they go to Stetson to see, you know. I mean, it's a very, very vibrant little quaint city. Okay?
That's it. How many miles is D-Lane?
Pardon me?
How many miles is, 7, I call it 17 miles?
And then
Yeah, coming through D-Lane.
I'm not
You
sure.
talking about now, Crescent City, how many blocks you got in your feet? You got Crescent City.
Yeah.
We got.
However, if you go to the land and you're trying to get somewhere, I'm gonna take 15A. And if I wanna see the scenic route, then I'll go right with the land, but for the most part, if I gotta get somewhere, I am gonna go the truck route 15A. It's gonna reroute from Mission to P-Day.
Yes, I mean, this is a huge decision point. It almost seems like, I was surprised by it. I would have liked to heads up that this was a decision point. But number one, we are not DeLand. DeLand is a county seat. I don't know the exact population, but they're much larger than we are. They have a university, a county seat, they have DOT district headquarters. We're apples and oranges, I think, with DeLand. Yes, Commissioner Banks, right, a truck route has been discussed many times. An alternate route was discussed back in the 50s when Old 17 became New 17. I would really hesitate to to say that we want a big loop going west around Crescent City. That is a very rural, environmentally sensitive area. We're kind of the built-up area. I think people out there might be very unpleasantly surprised to hear that we're planning to send our traffic around the countryside through farms and lakes. And as well, you know, we are talking about advertising ourselves as an area for recreation and enjoying the lakes and all the natural amenities that we have about biking and blue lakes. That natural area, a lot of it is west of us. So if you make that into a truck route, I don't know, I think it just would create more urban sprawl and less opportunity for the natural beauty that we're saying we really value here. So,
That's not, can I, for clarification, that's not what we're proposing, that's not in our plan, that was a discussion. What they're looking at is right here, do we want to go ahead and try to make this back to 2 lanes?
but the foundation of that, as I understand, is that the DOT would require a truck route, correct?
I don't think they have the program, that's what we have.
But
So, I mean, I don't want that message out there, but that's what we're looking to do with this, we're not. That's not up to us anyway,
To accomplish this, they may look at a truck route.
they may.
They may or may not, make sense.
But what we can deal with is what we want to do in the city and what we want to put in the plan. And one of my things that I brought up at one of the workshops was having some crosswalks and being able to get across the street. Cause I can't run and do cars. I can get fast, but it's still kind of scary. And I can't cross with those medians. And so that was something that I would definitely like to have in this plan, and something that, because we're talking about walkability, well, this road just slices her down in half. And we need to mitigate that so that we can get from one side to the other. And I mean, a crosswalk would be a great way to start out with legally crossing the street. And my opinion is that, yeah, the whole city's plan, or, the bringing it down to 2 lanes would be great, but we can leave it in there as a scenario in the future, but, let's do, but it's more reasonable in reality, was these 4 lanes are here. I mean, DOT spent a lot of money taking the parking off the side and putting medians in the middle. If we knew what it was gonna be like, I think more people would have attended those workshops and said something. It makes the parades really weird that you're only on one side, but that's my only complaint about it. But if the medians are beautiful, it just makes it harder to cross the street, and all the need more, division between one side of the street and the other, so. I mean, we can leave it in there as a scenario. I think that was one of the things that at all the workshops that you did, everyone was just kind of like, had the biggest problem, because this has never happened, this is not, and I just think it might be kind of too much of a pipe dream to think about. And I'd rather just deal with something that we can do and see, really. I understand the purpose behind it, but it just seems completely, it makes the whole plan just seem silly from the beginning.
And I'm gonna echo Commissioner Lori in that I think that whatever we have in this plan, we need to be realistic. And, so, I agree.
Yeah, Mayor, could I add something to what Commissioner Lori said? I mean, I agree with Commissioner Lori about traffic calming. One of the things that taking away the on-street parking did on 17, well, a couple of things. It made it more difficult to cross the street, for sure. It pushed traffic because of the medians and the lack of cuts and medians. It pushed traffic into the residential streets. And it it severely impacted our historic nature, because businesses all along 17 that used to have street parking had to have some kind of off-street parking. And I have some comments. I mean, we have more pavement in the lots that front on 17 because the on-street parking has gone, but for sure, from the Dixie and the residential development across from Dixie all the way south, it's very difficult to cross the street except for the stoplight is. And, people want this to be walkable, and that is a terrible impediment.
So do I hear a consensus to at least show the 4 lane as the foreseeable future, but we could show a vision out there of, a 2 lane, do you want to have that in there as well as a long-term vision, or no?
I don't really see it happening, and I think it, I don't see it happening in a 20-year horizon, and that's what we're talking about, 20 years, so. I just think it seems right.
Yeah, I think we just have the 4 lane.
Yeah.
So just the 4 lanes. Jay, I can just.
I will say this too, though, and this is a concern that I have as we go through this. I mean, with the general public, what was the general consensus when you talk to the public about this? Because this is their plan too. I mean, this is their plan. So,
when, through the initial meetings with the stakeholders and the public, we thought this was a singular issue that everybody was on board with, creating a walkable, wider sidewalks. And the only way we can do that is to make the lanes, reconfigure it this way. So that's where this is all coming from as an option. DOT yesterday on Tuesday did say that we can't predict the future in terms of we don't know how traffic patterns are. In the last 2-3 years, with all the delivery, they had no inkling that traffic would be such a big item in their agenda. Now they're faced with AI, and they're also faced with electric. And in our conclusion to them, we did say that, things change, the leadership changes. DOT has come a long way in 5 years. They have this context-sensitive design manual, which they negotiate with communities, and they take on board a lot more feedback from the communities before they were like, okay, this is what is going to be, traffic warrants this, but they try and meet you halfway. They are all for, limiting speed, although it reduces their level of service. So all these things are in the last few years. Not having that, I'm not swayed any way or the other, but not having that you wouldn't have a point of discussion even with the DOT, even in the future, because it's not in your plan. So if it's not in your plan, it's not a wish of the community.
But we have to understand too that this plan is not set in stone. I mean, we're gonna whoever is here will revisit it in 5 to 7 years, and things might change. We also know that just given where we are today, that the traffic has significantly increased. I mean, if you try to pull out, especially on the south end or anywhere on Summit today compared to 5-6 years ago, it's a different traffic that we have that's coming, but they have no plans to bypass that. Right now, they can't even pull it together to do 4 lanes from here to Dunn's Creek, and they've put that off till 2028 now. And so I just think that realistically, I mean, try to be real with this, that yes, in a perfect world, that would be awesome. We see that, we can envision it, but I just think that.
To be honest, I don't know if I can envision it, I'm sorry. I would love it, but I don't see it happening. And I don't even know if it would be that great. I mean, I'm sorry, I drive from one end of the town to the other. Sometimes it is nice to be able to have those 4 lanes. And I mean, I understand, I have plenty of experience with planning and all those things, and I look at other cities and I'm like, that's really neat. I don't think that would work here, and I don't want it to work. I'm sorry. I mean, to be honest, I just don't.
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
Let me say this, Lawrence, way out in the future, Lawrence, way out, way out. I went to a meeting, it had been some years back over in Gainesville about the double lane in the highway all the way to the county line. And all sorts of things like that came up. And how it came up by going around Union Avenue, routing a 4-lane around Union Avenue to bypass Crescent City, when that came up. And they learned way out in the future. Well, something like that would take place, going around Crescent City down through Union Avenue and coming around that way. Yeah, so, we talk about something when the next generation will be out there, the next generation will be up here. So,
I think it's clear. So the City Hall was the other, where you want to show it in the master plan.
I hope we can come up with a grant, so, to get Miller's property down there, all that school there. I really hope so.
I was wondering if you look at that piece of property that we own where the fire department is, I just don't, looking at and evaluating it, right now we're talking about adding 2 bays to the fire department. I don't even know how you could physically, looking at the square footage, fit another thing on that footprint. I mean, and I'm not an engineer, I'm not a planner, but reality, and you have a big oak tree in the back, you have to put in a stormwater pond, and that piece of property is not big enough. And that whole part of the plan that needs to go out there because it's not, it just, well, first of all, you have private property included, in the county next to it and all that. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna happen.
So I think I hear a consensus to show the city hall and the old Miller School. So,
Yeah. And,
were there any other points in the plan, that stuck out to anyone that you'd like to see changed?
I have some, but all the commissioners, we all have some suggestions or some.
so your notes that you had on there, are those from staff?
From staff and summary of all the other comments.
Can we get a copy of that?
Those are a summary
Yeah.
from what.
So I just wanted, because a lot of them I understood, I just wanted to make sure, because I can read them all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can do it.
Sorry, yeah, because if you could send that to us, then I can
Yeah, Charles.
add some other stuff to it.
The other issue that was brought up was not having multifamily or multi-units on Grand Rondo.
I agree with that.
Absolutely. That's a mess. Absolute mess.
I think that's a mess.
So just single family on Grand Rondo.
Right.
Well, I
I
mean,
think there's some chances for you can increase the density along there as an option. I mean, like we're saying, we're not talking about doing it right now, we're not tearing down any homes and building things. But I think if you look at the logical growth patterns, first of all, we do need more density and we need more housing options and choices in the city. And I mean, this is just a vision exercise, and I think that idea works. Every time I drive down there or walk down there and you see the sunsets, I don't know why people haven't built condos there already. And I think we can always leave the option in there and say that in the future, if the owner, it's gotta be the property owner, it's gotta be, there's a lot of options a lot of things that happen between there now. We're not saying, we're not approving them to build them right now. But
I think you almost have to do it like your gardening, the short things go in front and the condos go in back.
well, right,
but I don't think that's not what he's not proposing. I think what we are envisioning in our heads when we hear about a condo, we, like what you see on the beaches,
No, I know,
that you can't
that's
see
fine.
anything. I think what you're talking about, or at least my understanding, what you're talking about, and if you go to a lot of waterfront communities, they will have these beautiful townhouses, they'll have three, they'll be right there together, they're usually 2 stories, some are even, 3 stories.
Townhouses.
And that's what I think, if you did that, I could see that in some of that area, it'd be beautiful. It'd be very inviting, for a lot of people, but not the condos. I think that when you say condo, people think 4-story, 5 feet, yeah, Miami Beach, and that's not what I, was my understanding is what you were proposing. What were you proposing?
Low townhomes, really, it's these row homes that
The row homes,
that gives people more properties, waterfront access.
more
So to-
property,
to-
waterfront.
To maximize the value and more people can enjoy that. And rather than putting 100-foot lots and you fill it up with like 5 lots, all of a sudden now you have more rooftops, higher values, higher number of people living close to one. That's.
Does everybody, how do you feel about that as opposed to?
I speak, I have not had a chance yet. I mean, you're asking,
Please
we had a
speak.
round, I wasn't included in the first round.
Okay.
Please speak.
Thank you. I have some items I would like to bring up. One of them was the idea of increasing the density on East Grand Rondo. When you increase the building density, you have to have parking, you have more pavement. This is adjacent to the conservation area on Lake Stella, so you have runoff. Lake Stella is not blocked off. You talk about more people can enjoy it. This area was set up for this residents to enjoy. There's a beautiful sidewalk there. Almost everyone in Crescent City can walk to Lake Stella, and they do. And Grand Rondo right now is a peaceful, unique, beautiful drive that is almost iconic in the way that the school is, in a different way. There are heritage oak trees on Grand Rondo that hang over the street. I really don't see, my fellow commissioners, how putting multifamily townhomes keeps Grand Rondo as that attractive, quiet lakefront area that we have. And I don't think it's needed to allow more people to enjoy the lakefront, because I think most people in this room have walked there. Or biked there, it's just one of those beautiful iconic drives if you're in your car. I thought the idea of maybe providing for multifamily, 1 or 2 streets back is more realistic. But when you increase density, you increase runoff. And so what, that's gonna go into the conservation area and to like, I don't think it looks very good, and I don't think it, I think it takes a beautiful natural area that makes our city more desirable and, just makes it congested.
Well, the runoff would have to be contained on the site.
Yeah, it would have to, and you could have, somebody could build a mini mansion there too. I mean, you've got a huge mini mansion, and they could have just as many cars with children and, and that.
I mean, well, when we have so much unbuilt area in the city, I'm not sure why we fixate on taking one of the prettiest areas and putting multifamily on it. That's just not a normal planning thing to do. So that's my thought on that.
I would just, one of the things that was on the suggestions was a visual perhaps of a project, like something like that. Maybe it can help us envision it a little better, because I think still we might be thinking differently. Because right now, as far as I know, the land that's there just has nothing on it, and it can be kind of even overgrown with 3-foot tall grass and very unattractive. And I don't think the heritage oaks can be worked with. I think and runoff is kind of a silly excuse. I think that, because anything that's built there has that runoff. And I'm sorry, I didn't say,
That's rude.
I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just saying,
Okay, you too.
there's options.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Banks, and I gotta go back to Commissioner DeVito, because she still has her list.
I like to see Grand Rondo, just like it is here.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty there. It's the natural and so I mess it up.
well, now this part's
Yeah,
not going to be.
Not necessarily so.
That side on Stella is not, he's talking over here, and there's vacant lots, those buildable lots over there, and that's what he's talking about. So if you could do that, just for visuals.
Sure.
Commissioner DeVito, your list?
Yes, and, as Mr. Dodge said, it's a very fine report. It's a tall order to deal with this many areas. I just wanted to share with my fellow commissioners and the planners, what I thought was heading in the right direction, and then I have some concerns. What I thought was heading in the right direction, at the very beginning of the report, you highlight the 9 principles: green parks, lakefront living, local lifestyle, downtown culture, recreation, Main Street history, hometown, and quote, great nature. The emphasis on walkability, multimodal, non-auto transport. I do want to point out that the non-auto transport or non-individual auto transport does not include something new that is being offered in the state. Little short-run minibuses that commercial companies have. There's a company called Freebie, there's a couple of other companies. It's something that you have to have a certain density. But these companies are hoping to, well, they do, they're used in larger cities and more dense places to mitigate the need for parking for individual auto parking. And I don't know the technical name. The plans show a lot of trees. Also, the plans provide parking to support retail and residential or concept, showing the possibilities where the different elements can occur, which I assume good planning principles, and also has a starting layout of some kind for the Miller Middle School site. That's all great. The concerns I have for this vision master plan is, I don't understand exactly what the vision is, where that is stated. And this combined vision master plan process is very different from most processes that have a vision. Usually it involves residents talking to each other. The process, and this is on us, that we've selected is data is gathered from us and it's put into a, given to some very good professionals and they come up with something. But if you look at this plan, there are always in a plan, and I've been involved in the neighborhood planning process in the city of Tampa. And one of the things we talked about were conflicting ideas. There are always conflicting ideas. To narrow 17, there's conflicting ideas. Where are you gonna send traffic? What are you gonna do? There's always ramifications to the choices that you make. And when we're not sitting around the table talking to each other, or we're doing this input process, then people make a choice, but they don't always get to hear the ramification. That comes later. The second issue that I think needs to be addressed and talked about, you've told us, the planner, that we should expect to be a community of 8,000. We heard a comment tonight about someone wanting it to stay smaller. I don't really understand why 8,000 in 20 years was chosen. That's more than 4 times what we have now. I think this is something that we should discuss, because what I don't see in the plan is if we become 8,000 people, can our water and sewer sources support it? Will we need more parks? Will we need more amenities? I suspect that we will. The master plan doesn't address those issues. It only talks about pretty much the existing parks that we have. Will we need to acquire more public spaces? The data behind some of the choices. There are square footage numbers about retail and square footage numbers about additional residential. I don't understand how that was arrived at. And as well, I think a key question for me is, what is gonna be the purpose of our retail? Will it serve mainly Crescent City people from surrounding areas, visitors? What will the mix be? I don't see any sources that were used in deciding how much retail space we should allow for. And somehow I think before we choose to say, we're gonna have X amount of retail space here, retail space there, and particularly residential space, we should know what it is based on. Particularly with regard to the 9 principles, I think there are great 9 principles, and I assume that they came from what people put on the boards, that you distilled those from what people said were important, right?
That's good.
Okay, so I don't see exactly definitions, like what does local lifestyle and hometown mean? What does downtown culture mean? What does recreation mean, for example? What types of recreation? What kinds of facilities do we need? To my fellow commissioners, that's something usually that you have a community discussion about. And when you go into the opportunity areas, all of a sudden the 9 principles kind of fall away. It seems to me that in a presentation of the opportunity areas, that they ought to talk about how they achieve or are reaching or fulfilling the 9 principles that people said were important. And I'm noticing nothing in the master plan delineates where our historic district is. You have a delineation of some neighborhoods, but nothing delineates the historic district.
This plan's been here for quite some time. Why is this all these concerns that you have coming up tonight?
This is the draft plan. And so I didn't know what they were gonna come up with. So,
This is not the final plan, correct?
okay, well, now,
We'll take these comments, but we'll resolve it, like now, again, conflicting, different opinions, but we'll use our best judgment.
It's also important that this is not a city master plan. This is the corridor and downtown central business district.
and I'm speaking to that.
Well, our recreation needs for increased population will be handled citywide.
Okay, but
It's
if
going
we're,
to be handled countywide as well. I mean.
okay, so,
Okay, let's
finish
finish.
it, then you can
Commissioner
comment on it.
Hobart, if you would.
Okay, if the plan says 8,000 people, so I'm sorry, clarification on that. Are you talking about 8,000 people just in the corridor or in Central Avenue or for the whole town?
For the whole city.
Okay, well, then I think it's a fair question. If this is predicated on 8,000 people, we need to talk about why is it 8,000? What is the data for that? And can we, as a city or a town, support that? So I don't see the principles following through in the opportunity areas. They hit some of the points, but then some of the points kind of get forgotten.
Is it possible that you can take the points that you want added and what you would like to see and provide that to him so that as he tries to finalize this and wrap it up?
Sure.
If you could do that for him?
Yeah, I have. I made a list, and however, I want, these to me are important, so I wanted to share them with my fellow commissioners. Some of them we've already discussed. So the other thing that I don't see in the plan is, and it's kind of alluded to, but it's not really in the plan. There was one thing I saw in the plan about developing housing with CDBG funds. That makes me a little bit nervous because we need housing at all levels, but it's been pointed out to us before that we have a very high poverty level. We have already housing developments for low-income people that actually are a significant portion of our population. We're skewed in our housing towards lower-income housing. So I don't know if condos, owned units are meant to be a way to rebalance that. I mean, because essentially, no one can really be that economically successful if you don't have a good balance of incomes. I don't see that really addressed here. And, let's see, there was one more thing. So just, yeah, I think the 9 principles I think the opportunity areas and the specific proposals, need to be incorporated throughout the plan to show how they're being carried out, because they kind of fall away a little bit. And then just, we talk, I think as a commission, we need to think about what do these different principles mean? And what do we talk about when we say recreation, for example? What kind of recreation is that? Maybe we need to get some clarification from the public. Mary, you had a good point. This is the public's plan. But recreation is a very, very vague term.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Do you think we need to workshop this again? We got a big agenda. We need to move fast.
I don't think we have to workshop it again. I think we already here, and we workshopped it already.
But
We
we ain't nowhere.
Well, I
Well,
think.
we are, we are. And you're gonna, I know Charles has got to meet with, you're still meeting with a couple of community groups
Yes.
that had to cancel and they rescheduled. I think that's real important that he does that and you get that feedback. And then, if y'all decide that things are still not as clear, that we need to bring this back, and this is an important document, to all of us. Then at that time, if we need to workshop it, then, we'll go based on your recommendation.
I think you've done enough feedback to move forward.
Yeah, I think so, and.
I do want to say a couple of things in looking through this, and I really haven't given much input, because like I said, I wanted to hear what the community is wanting. But as I read through it, first off, the Main Street. We've got to do something, I feel, with that Main Street because we have a Main Street. Exactly, we have Main Street. So we need, that's confusion.
Using that term.
Using that term, Main Street, whatever you want to call it, if you can come up with another tagline for that. But I think there's some confusion by constantly using the Main Street when we're talking about Central. Also, as you pointed out in these different districts, I would like for you, if you can, to possibly, my recommendation, Commission, if you're in agreement with this, to speak to Cherie, she is our city historian, to make sure that those communities, those neighborhoods, out of respect for those neighborhoods and the history that they have, that they're reflected in that, and so that we can refer to them with their proper, because all of them have
Historical names.
historical names.
Sounds good, so.
Some do, we have this, you're absolutely right, we have at least two.
And so that would be important too. Some of the pictures, I would like to see, and I probably in the final, where it says Charles' City. I would like it to truly reflect what we're looking at, so that we have a vision. A lot of people are visionaries. I have to see something. That's just how and I want to be able to see that so that people can embrace that as they drive into town. Now, we still can't agree on our marker down there, but maybe you can help us a little bit with that. So just some of that, if you would go through and take out and not make it as generic. I would like to see it more, parts of it more envisioning for what we all are looking at and what we're gonna see in the future. And maybe that's in the final draft, and this is just, like we said, the preliminary draft, but based on the preliminary draft.
Do you mean rather than a photo from another community, a Photoshop
Yes.
of our community with something
Yes.
Photoshopped in?
Yes.
Because we had talked about entry enhancements at the workshops, but we didn't have any real examples. We had some discussion, I think, some
What?
entryway enhancements.
Entryway signs.
In this draft, it was particularly missing. I mean, it was mentioned, but there was no pictures or anything.
And I think if people, rather than seeing the blocks, if they can actually see
The facades.
the facades, and Charles has done this with us, with some of the CRA with the grant money and what things can look like. He did the same thing with the plaza down there with the trees and all. And it brought it to life. It brought it to life, I think. So that's what I would like to see. That's what Commissioner Rand.
And those, your plants made me think of one that I did not.
I'm sorry.
No, it was good. Thank you. Well, two things. One, I had said a couple of meetings ago, could we have some, that I didn't care for the ugly pictures. In other words, the pictures that depict things, they're an example of whatever it is, but it's nothing like our community. Something that's more reflective of our community. And the other thing is, that really concerns me, for the buildings that are shown downtown, for Central Avenue and in the historic district, it's not clear to me whether we're talking about replacing historic buildings with new buildings. That just doesn't, the way the plan is written, it doesn't really come through that you're not talking, the drawings, that you're not talking about raising buildings and letting people build new. That just doesn't come through at all.
Yeah, that map layer didn't show up very well, showing the existing.
Well, there's no mention, like for some of the drawings, I don't understand, it looks like 3-story buildings where there's now a 2-story building, which implies that you're replacing a historic building. So it's not clear.
Okay. You have, yes, sir?
Did you guys get a chance to tour the school? I know we talked about it at one meeting, but it's the middle school property.
We didn't go in yet, but we went around. We did walk extensively.
Okay, so they did go on the property.
Not inside.
Because really, a lot of us have went to school there, a lot of us got to take tours of it. And it really, you kind of talked about the site, but then you just kind of left that big block in the middle and didn't say what we were gonna do with it. And I know that's not, we've talked about here and there, and then we're talking about City Hall, but now we're just kind of saying that it's gonna be something that is.
We did
campus.
talk about it, we mentioned it as arts and cultural facilities. That came out very strongly from the community feedback. Event center, anything got to do with the historic museum, performance arts, artist space, all of those kinds of, it will become more of a, the way we envision the plan, you have a commercial node, you have a government center, you have, an artistic, center that could draw regional crowds into that area. So that's how it was envisioned. And, but now we understand that the city hall wants to do it. Because that we thought had the.
City Hall will take up all those buildings.
Yeah, we really will.
What your vision is a combination of that plus City Hall. Making sense.
Okay,
If you could
I'm gonna,
put something together with some pictures.
I'm gonna wrap this up. Audience, Charles is probably gonna have words with me afterwards, but, please, by all means, if there is a group that you feel that he can present this to, I know he's presented to the Historical Society, I believe the Women's Club, they shared in that. The Rotary.
And the library.
And the library, he is also scheduled this Sunday, right after church service at South Putnam Church to do a presentation concerning citizens. They had to cancel due to weather this last week, so he's doing that. So just please reach out to him if there's a group that might be interested, that, for some reason, we're not reaching. So, yes, sir.
Mayor, the survey is still open, so that's another.
And the survey's still open for
It's on the
another week.
website, you can scan it.
And I can say that Charles has done a great job, then why do you owe him some money or something? I've seen him do several of the presentations, and he's gotten much better as he's gone too, so he's,
We'll take him on the line.
yeah, I mean, you got a trainer and training there, so he did a great job, and it helped me a lot. There's a lot of stuff that I read through the whole draft, and when he got up and talked about it, I saw so much more than what I had seen on the paper, so it really made a lot more sense, so. Okay.
Thank you,
Put me in
thank
that
you.
direction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes.
Thank you, Fran.
I know we want to wrap this up, but someone, a couple of meetings ago, made a comment about the survey's still open. But a lot of people are not gonna use the QR code or go on the website. And we are just missing those people. We are missing them. The person who spoke, I think, said if you give her printed survey, she would go door to door. I don't know that she's able to, but, I think that printed surveys and making them available, and I don't know how we can let people know. But
Can we, I mean, at this point, can it even go out in the bill? Oh, it's two, okay, it's already on it, okay.
and that's, or I think this, neighborhoods, if you had printed surveys, people could take, at least share them with their neighbors.
Well, if this is something anybody wants to do, please by all means reach out to Charles. With that, I'm gonna close our CRA, and I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. If that's okay? going to open up reconvene our regularly scheduled commission meeting. We are currently at public hearings, on resolution 2024-01, supporting the 2024 Florida legislative.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2024-1, support for the FLC legislative agenda.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a proper second. Commissioner, do we have any discussion on this? You want me to read it? Are we good? Okay, you've all read it.
And my only discussion is that it's great that we have the League of Cities. The League does a great job. I've been watching all of our monthly webinars they do, and they're representing our reviews very well. So that's awesome.
Okay, with that, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. So adopted. We're gonna move on to our resolution 2024-02. This is, yes, go ahead. Yeah, let me,
Yeah, I'll let you finish.
thank you. That's a resolution of the City of Crescent City supporting Ride Solution Inc.'s request for appropriation funding for Ride Solution Inc.'s urban transit services, providing for Scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Okay, I move to approve resolution 2024-2, 02. Yes, okay, supporting Ride Solutions request for legislative funding.
Okay, do we have any discussion on this? No discussion? Okay, well, we laugh at doing the same thing, is that correct?
Let's
Excuse me.
What is that?
That was okay, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so adopted. So then we're gonna go to our first reading of ordinance 2023-13, establishing a special magistrate.
An ordinance of the City of Crescent City, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 4 of the Code of Ordinances, providing regulations pertaining to code enforcement within the city limits of the City of Crescent City, providing for use of a special magistrate or code enforcement board, establishing the qualifications of said magistrate or code enforcement board members, establishing the duties and powers, enforcement procedures, conduct of hearings, administrative fines, liens, and appeals, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-13 to establish a special magistrate and maintain language that enables the commission to reconstitute a code enforcement board at a future date.
Okay, I am going to share with us before we get a second, that keep in mind that this does not mean that the city is going to a magistrate program. This is just saying that we're adding that, so if you want to add that to your motion, you can. If you don't, then we can hold off on that.
I don't want to add that to my motion.
Huh?
I don't want to add that to my motion.
Okay,
I second that.
so we have a motion and a second. Do we have, any discussion?
Sure.
Let's see.
Well, just interestingly, on a technical point, the minutes of the December meeting do not reflect any direction to the city manager to bring this back to the commission. The minutes reflect that the ordinance at that time said Commissioner Roy moved to table it, and it was voted to table. So it's not in the minutes that we said bring this back.
No, I don't know, that was my motion, that was the.
That's
said, I don't know.
that's not in there. So, but here it is. So, I had asked the city manager, we've discussed this at several meetings. We've discussed costs, we've discussed possible benefits. There's nothing in front of us that talks about the costs or has the costs, or there's no summary of what was discussed. My feeling is we were a little bit all over the place. The city manager had his reasons, the mayor gave some reason about why this would be beneficial. And I'm not really sure that we have the implications of the costs and how we would do this yet. So the mayor, one of the things she brought up, I think you talked to the people in Formal Mayor, is that correct? No, Interlochen, sorry. Interlochen, that about the magistrate could help train or instruct our code officer would be a way to
No, I don't think I ever
improve.
said that.
That's what I understood you saying.
No, they didn't, no. What I said is, she said it kept everybody, well, how do I don't even know how to put it, but what she was saying is that not only did it help us, but it also kept us in our lane where we needed to be in our lane, basically. But I never said that,
We needed to be in our lane.
well, if we do something that we're not supposed to do from a code enforcement standpoint, that the magistrate would take care of that as well, so it goes both ways. It goes both ways. I never said that she trained.
Okay, the other thing is, I think the city manager originally gave the cost as being, maybe $500 to $1,000 per time. And then he said that we could charge the magistrate costs as costs. There was a League of Cities webinar on Monday, and I asked that specific question in the chat, and they answered it as part of the webinar. And the answer was, I don't know whether this is correct, but this is the answer they gave in the webinar, that you can't charge prosecutorial magistrate.
Yeah, that wasn't what they said. So I was on it, Mr. Burton was on it too.
Yeah,
They
charge
said-
administrative.
They said that they did
you
not
have
know of
administrative.
anyone that had done that, but they didn't say it was not possible.
No, they said you cannot charge prosecutorial costs, and they gave a case, Charlotte versus Masking. We prosecutorial fees. They said specifically they did not recommend.
Well, I mean, the way I wrote the ordinance, it doesn't allow for the city to collect the fees. It's $100 fee, which is what, I think the county already has, and what Interlochen is moving towards, is to recoup $100 in administrative fee.
And they
So
did
it
say you
doesn't
could
allow
do that.
Okay, right, but my point is, we don't have in front of us what the costs are that we can anticipate this being, and in one of his prior memos, the city manager specifically said that we could reduce the expense to us by charging magistrate costs to the respondent, and what I understood was that this likely may not be true. So, anyway, so we can't collect that part of the cost, and that is substantial, so, I don't know. Personally, I think that, we're doing this for the wrong reasons. I think we're doing this because some people got upset about what happened at one code meeting. I don't think that's the right way to respond. I think the best way to respond is to talk to people if you have a concern about their behavior. We've now spent quite a few meetings on this, and given everything that we have going on right now, we're in the middle of our land development code. We're still in a state of change as far as our finance department goes. We're in contract out for a lot of our services. We're in the middle of a master plan process. I don't know, I just think this is adding more to our plate and getting rid of a valuable community board. I just don't see the reason to take on this added change and burden at this time.
Go ahead.
I was on the webinar as well, and I, one of the things that they brought up was the results. And it's the result, it depends on, they did not advocate for the magistrate versus code enforcement or anything, because they said every town is different, and every town has different needs and has different, composition. But I did notice one of the things that they talked about was that when you have smaller towns, it is hard to find the experience that you need in the different levels and the different kinds of occupations that you need to have a code enforcement board to have the experience and the knowledge of codes and what they consist of. And one of the things that switching to a code enforcement or special magistrate helps with is the results. You get very efficient meetings, you get them done, people understand what's going on, it's not, I mean, you're dealing with one person that's making a decision instead of five, which I know there's five of us up here, and the guy here, you make decisions sometimes, I mean, it takes us a while. And I think that it kind of makes the code enforcement, the code violation process very straightforward and easy. And it just seems to me like a lot of people are doing it because it works. And I know that, if you look at our ordinance, in fact, this ordinance that we're amending right now, it has the different occupations that people should have to be on the code. And I don't think we have, one of those categories checked, I think maybe. And I don't like that. I just think that it's really hard to constitute that kind of a board to make these decisions. I do understand that it doesn't have anything here about what we're paying, we haven't really discussed that. I guess does that mean we have to hire somebody first? Is that what would be?
Yeah, that on a negotiated contract, based on other communities with the estimates we talked about. The $400 to $500 a month.
Okay, and also, I mean, how many cases do we have a month right now going from board? I mean, when they have a meeting,
Less than 10 a year.
Less than 10 a year,
so that easily could be done every other month,
potentially every other month, yes.
or less.
Or quarterly.
Yeah, I mean, we don't wanna go too sparsely because then people can't come get their fines assessed or clear up the fines, so. But obviously, if we don't have any cases, we don't need to have a social magistrate and not have a hearing, so. I don't know, I think this is a step in a little bit more efficient government, and I think that that's something that we need to strive for. And I don't think the costs are prohibitive.
Well, one thing I also want to say is we've also included in this ordinance that if for whatever reason we decide that the magistrate is not what we want moving forward, we can go right back to code enforcement. I also mentioned at our last meeting that this might be a time to get some training. All of us could use some training in code enforcement and how it works and how it operates. There's a lot more to it than the way that we're handling it right now. So, decided to throw that in there.
I think the one thing for me is in listening to that, and then I looked at steps of law review and kind of their thoughts on the magistrates, is that they look at the evidence. There's no drama involved, there's no concern about retaliation, none of that is part of the process. It's just, they look at the evidence. And to me, I think it's also a safer process, just based on what I've read as far as knowing the law, knowing what we can do, what we can impose, what we can't impose. So, Commissioner DeVito, I think in saying, in lumping this together and making an assumption as to why we're moving in this direction, we've been moving in this direction for a long time. This discussion has been going on for quite some time. I know I have shared some concerns that the code board, I felt that they could have taken stronger action. They didn't. And that bothered me, concerned me. And we've had several incidents just recently where somebody was gonna sell a piece of property, they were gonna relieve them of their citation, and the citation was still there. I mean, the problem was still there, and that concerned me. And so then it came to us, and then we had to, do something with that. I don't know, I think this is not something that has just come up. I too watched the last meeting, and quite honestly, I was very taken aback by the lack of leadership that was there. And I even called Charles in the middle of the meeting and said, "Who's our chairman now?" I mean, and I did that I did that in a very innocent way, because I really didn't know. I didn't know if we even had a chair anymore. I didn't know if Diane now had become the chair. I didn't know if Karen was taking over that position. The other thing you have to keep in mind too is that, yes, we're gonna be paying a magistrate, but we have to pay an attorney. He needs to be present at these meetings. And, that would preclude you from having to go to those meetings, I believe. My understanding is you wouldn't have to, Pam would have to go to those meetings. So, I mean, we have to look at that too, with the hours that he puts in. So I think there's just a lot of reasons, but it's not something that's just a knee-jerk reaction on my part. It's something that I've been talking about for quite some time.
But now, when I look at the memos are clearly in reaction to a particular meeting. The city manager,
What memos?
that have been in the packet for the last 2 or 3 months from the city manager.
Oh, from the city manager, okay.
Yes.
I thought you meant maybe from us, so I was
No.
making sure.
I have those in the packet. It just concerns me very much that, well, one of the memos said that it was put on the agenda because several commissioners had come to the city manager and asked him to put this on the agenda. So that apparently was after the code meeting of concern where a member of the public came to speak. And there was no rule against it, but they came to speak, and that caused a lot of upsetment. I'm very concerned about that in and of itself, because whether or not you can speak, the meetings are open meetings. And there should not be upsetment because a member of the public comes. I'm also very concerned that the city manager, one of his memos referred to the code board as becoming a forum of negativity. I mean, I don't think we should be passing judgment on our fellow citizens, whether they come here to speak or to go to the code board to speak. Actually, the code board is for,
Did you listen to that first meeting? Did you listen to that first meeting? Or the last one yet? Have you had a chance to do that?
no, actually, I've been told that we're not supposed to listen to the code board meetings because there are cases that might come before us. And we're supposed to have. I'm sorry, should I finish?
Yes, I've got to open it
We're
up.
supposed to have we're supposed to be quasi judicial, and we're not supposed to listen to the hearing before. So here we are, saying the code board is, a forum of negativity. Commissioner Burton said very clearly that we should go to a special magistrate so that we could, relieve the current code board members of their duties, and maybe later we would get, new code board members.
I'm gonna
It just
go ahead.
seems very retaliatory.
And I'm gonna,
And the other problem that I see is, and we need to look into this, I know we do, and my recommendation is that we table this and we not have it.
I'm gonna open it up. I need to open it up for public comment.
You might guess.
So this time I'm gonna open this up for public comment. Ms. Sykes, I know you still have an open sheet, so I didn't know if you wanted to come forward and speak.
Cash it in yet?
Cash it in?
That's my comment then, yeah, that's my comment then.
I'll keep it open. You don't have to cash the whole thing.
Diane Sykes, Crescent City. Yes, I actually volunteered to be on the code board, because there was an opening. And I was at this meeting that was in question, and I don't understand what the big deal was, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, a member asked to speak, the chairperson, having not, I guess, had the opportunity before to have somebody ask to speak, granted that person the opportunity to speak, and I don't see there's anything wrong with it. As an open meeting, she could have chosen to allow them to speak or not to speak. That was her prerogative as chairperson. And, I just don't know what all the rules about.
Okay, do we have any other comments from the audience? Okay, seeing no more public comment, commissioners. You currently have a motion in front of you, and that's to add the magistrate to our current code board ordinance.
Yes, with and also maintain language that enables the commission to constitute a code enforcement board at a future date.
Okay, with that, Karen, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna ask you to.
Did we get a second?
Yes, that's fine. You'll do a roll call, Karen.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Nay.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so the first reading passes on to the second reading. Okay, let's move on to, our second reading of ordinance 2023-14, establishing the BTR rate.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending ordinance 23-07, providing for implementing administrative action, providing for severability, providing for conflict, providing for codification and directions to the code codifier, and providing for an effective date.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-14, amending the BTR ordinance.
Okay, we have a proper motion and second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
I just, yeah, I know this is our second reading. I just think it's very confusing when you see that title to know what it is. Because I know we're just amending 2023-07, but unless you know what 2023-07 is, you have no idea. And so any of our legal notices and stuff like that, when people just see it, usually you should know what it's about by just reading the title of the ordinance. I just think that's a chance to miss there. I think it's really confusing. And even using the term BTR, I've had several people ask me what BTR is. I didn't answer that last time, but I knew it after reading through the memo. But if just a member of the public sees that, they're gonna have no idea what we're talking about. So I think we just need to be careful about it in the future, especially including the subject in the title.
Any other comments?
Well, Mayor, just, apparently we're passing this ordinance because the prior one to raise the fees was done incorrectly according to the Department of Revenue. So we had to change the ordinance, correct?
It was Florida League of Cities who contacted me and said, now they're doing it every other year instead of every year, so we had to amend the ordinance that, from every year to every other year.
So it was not correct when we did it, so we have to do it a different way. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment at this time? Please come forward. Okay, seeing no one come forward, Karen, if you would go ahead and do a roll call.
If I could just for
Yes.
the record, we're now required to do the business impact study. This is exempt from that because it's required to follow state law.
Okay.
There will be a business impact study that will come with the second reading of the magistrate ordinance.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, Karen, if you would do a roll call, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Nay.
Commissioner Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay. So moved and adopted. Okay, Charles, we're gonna go to our business items. Approval of the boat race special event permit.
Thank you, Mayor. This item, we discussed last month in concept of a boat race on Crescent Lake. And so we come back to you today with the event site map, more information. The staff did meet, special event committee meet, review the event, talk about their needs. And so we brought it back for your approval. It'll be over Memorial Day weekend, Saturday and Sunday effectively, wrapping up at about 6 o'clock. When the race is complete, could be before that, on Sunday. We are asking to waive the special event permit fee as part of our support, as our in-kind support. The staff recommends approval of the permit.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioners, we have,
I move that we approve the permit for the Southern Outlaw Drag Race to hold the special event on Memorial Day weekend.
second. No second right now, that's going to fail for lack of a second. Commissioners, we're gonna have some discussion about this. Any questions you have before you go forward?
I don't mind, I personally don't mind having boat races. What I kind of disagree with is, for some reason, our city constantly, it's a 3-day event. We're only charging $300 for the event, which is peanuts. I mean, when I was a vendor, I would pay $300 for 3 days to sell my wares. I mean, this is very little money. And, you know, our staff, when you call our staff, that's our public works people that are already pretty busy. And you're always giving away their time to set up the bleachers, set up this, clean this up, clean the bathroom deck, do this, do that. I think $300 for the use of all of that is pretty small. And I just don't, I think that's the way I feel about it.
Okay. Yeah, commissioners, any other questions?
Well, I do, actually, I noticed last meeting it was on the agenda, but there was nothing in the packet, and we got a copy of the permit on Monday before the meeting. I believe it was sent to us and then, put at our desk, but the public didn't have access to the permit. So that's why we deferred it till today. I noticed in my packet for this meeting, there were 3 pages of maps. There was no permit in my packet for this meeting, and there was.
The application.
Right, the permit application that says what the details are. There were just 3 very fuzzy maps with some drawing. It didn't say how many days, it didn't say exactly where it would be. Again, there was no detail for the public that the
That
commissioners
was
had.
contained in my cover memo.
Okay, but there's more in the permit, and I have some questions about that. Did they actually turn the permit in on November 8th? Because that's when it was dated.
I don't recall.
Okay, because if they turned it in on November 8th, I don't know, I would have hoped it would have been in our packet last month. So the questions I have are, I asked you this question, I sent you a list of questions, and apparently because somewhere in the permit it says all boat ramps, but you said they are only contemplating using the 2 boat ramps on Lake Crescent. I do observe, I mean, it says they will have a lot of visitors to Crescent City, but what you're saying, what they say in the permit is that, both of those boat ramps will be closed for most Memorial Day weekend. So the people who would normally come here to boat and fish, they can visit the boat races, but they can't use our boat ramps to put their boats out on the water and do those things that people normally do. They come here to boat and fish, and I think, aren't we the only public boat ramps on Crescent Lake on the southern?
I think there's one more, but it's on the other side.
In Flagler County, right, I'm saying on the Putnam side of the side. So, and then my questions are specifically, it was not clear to me from the permit. And by the way, I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Burton that $300 is really inadequate, especially, I mean, you noted you may be assigning a staff member, for the day. These are very expensive boats. I mean, I don't even know how much they're worth, but it's a lot. If you divide the 300 people out among the the $300 between the 50 to 60 participants, it's, just about $5 per boat. And it's not clear to me, will people be camping in RVs on the streets? And are you proposing to waive, the noise ordinance? That wasn't clear from the permit.
There will not be people camping on the streets. There may be,
But in RVs, there was some language in the permit.
there will not be RVs. There may be one RV on site for security, and boats remain overnight.
Right.
And part of the request would be to waive the noise ordinance, although the noise would be happening on Crescent Lake, which is outside the city limits.
Right, but I noticed there's are they being given a permit for amplified sound? In the drawing, it said there was a, there's a loudspeaker or announcer or something like that.
That'll be part of the special event permit.
Okay, so would you be waiving the noise ordinance for the announcer person?
Yes, you would be.
Right, and so will there be, you know, are you waiving because it's not really specific in here, also is there a waiver for music on the street or something of that nature?
There's no planned music on the street.
Okay, or,
Need for a waiver, yeah.
in Sunrise Park. All right, those are my questions, thank you.
Charles, did they indicate why they needed, I mean, that if we needed to have one of those boat ramps open, did they say why they needed both of them closed? Is it just because they don't want the traffic out there, or are they gonna be
The boats will be going in at Sunrise Park.
coming out?
Stage there and it's a pit area, and then they'll come out at Three Bananas and be weighed immediately after their run. So to have the public in there in the way as the boat is trying to get out, and then, that won't be available for parking there, there'll be a crane in that parking lot, so it's safer just to, not have public traffic in either one of those ramps. On Friday, they would just close Sunrise Park for test and tune, the boats, the motor racers could go in and out of the water. It's usually they just go out real quick, 10 minutes, test out, fuel up late, come back in. The Three Bananas would be open to the public.
Yes, Commissioner.
And Monday would not be closed at all.
So what I'm hearing then is they're coming from Sunrise Lake, boating area.
They put in there, they race.
Sunrise Park.
But here's what I guess I'm getting at, and they come down and then they put them in at the pier down here by Three Bananas?
They come out because other boats are going in at the other ramp, preparing to race. The boats that finish their heat will come out,
Come out.
pulled out at Three Bananas.
Okay, so they go in there and they come out there, so that section, okay, that those people live on is still open for them to get back and forth in their driveways and.
The street will be open,
The
yes.
street will be open, okay, that's what I wanted to know. I just wanted to make sure that people that live right there could do okay.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
So the streets will be open, but for people who have docks on Lake Crescent, will they be able to, bring their boats in and out from their own docks while the races are going on?
Not during the races, obviously.
No.
So how many private docks will this affect?
Shouldn't affect them or any.
I think there's 2 or 3 in there, in that race area.
Within the race area? Okay. I'm gonna, at this time, I'm gonna go ahead, we had, Dr. Jordan, he asked to speak on this. So I'm gonna open it up for public comment for Dr. Jordan. Because he wanted to speak and he sat through the entire meeting, so let's hear his, come back for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin Jordan, 34 South Main, just over that way. As a conservationist, I have concerns about environmental quality, as you know. Those concerns are shared by the Florida Audubon Society, FWC, and 1 or 2 other organizations at the state and federal level that are being made aware of the situation. But not everybody shares those concerns. Not everybody shares those values, and that's always disappointing. But I'm an old man. I haven't been young in a long time. And these are the concerns of an old man, or peace and quiet in my retirement years. The situation would be different, and I think very much simpler if I were a young man with a young family trying to find a place to raise children. In that situation, I'm sure I would not bring them to a town that was hosting the Southern Outlawed Drag Boat Association for an event that they have called in the Tennessee version, Thunder on the Lake. I just wouldn't bring them here. And that has to reconcile with your marketing plan for the future development of the city in some way. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, any other?
We do have a representative here, from the racers as well.
Hi, folks, it's me again, Dan Dodge. This will be my last this evening.
It's okay, you have an open one just like Diane does, so I'll just,
Thank you, you're very kind, man.
I'll start using a punch, I'll get a little, one of those little punches, you know. You get 10 punches, yeah, your last one's right.
So I have some questions about the race, and I have the information here, but it's lacking because it doesn't tell me what type of boats are they. There are two classes of boats, and for instance, a hydroplane drive boat reaches speeds of 270 miles per hour. The other two classes reach speed of 50 miles per hour. There's a great difference. So you can see the concern with something in a race with very high speed. And not only that, these are outboards that make a hideous noise, you know, racing. I mean, that's being voted, that's why dolphins generally don't follow a boat with outboards, but inboards. Also, it's Memorial Day weekend, so it's the beginning of summer, school's out. It's the first holiday weekend that families get together and to enjoy boating, fishing, and our beautiful city. As Dr. Jordan stated, I can't see them doing that. I can't see our residents doing it. So I think I see this as not appropriate for our little city and our beautiful lakes. I also highly agree with Commissioner Burton on the expenditures. That obviously is going to be high maintenance for us, and in consideration, we should charge the appropriate amount to recover our loss, our expenses, which is very important. The other, again, as Dr. Jordan mentioned, is environmentally. We're in a season of nesting, particularly gold eagles, and we're very fortunate to have many nests in our area. The information that I downloaded in the package didn't show where the racetrack would be on the lake, how far it would be from shore. The impact on manatees is another consideration. So I caution you, and maybe you have all this information, but I caution you to allow this, or at least gather more information before you approve such activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Charles, you said there was a representative that wanted to.
Just come out.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Hi. My name is Mitch Atwell. I live at 144 Crest Breeze Manor. My grandparents and parents, we've had a place in Pomona Park all my life growing up. I've seen when Mr. Baker put on the races over here in Lake Stella. The races have been something going on in this little city for years. And it's done good for us. Brought money, brought people into, let them see what we have to offer. As far as your comments about the noise, the boats that we're talking about are no different than the ones that are on the lake right now with two-stroke outboard motors. They're Mercury 150s, Johnsons. They're not the unmuffled. I mean, my boat's probably the loudest thing. I mean, there's boats up by my house that's way louder. No, they don't run 224 mile an hour. We got boats that run from 70 mile an hour to about 125 mile an hour. That's all. We only race 800 foot. We got our own starting gear, our own people that manage it and run it. We have 3 races a year. We got one scheduled already in Sneed, Florida this year. They welcomed us ever since we started there. Eustis, we're going back to Eustis. They enjoyed it. We had over 2,500 people on the bulkhead. As far as the economics, the environmental, no difference than what's going on right now in your lake. I mean, we're taking a chance. I mean, we've got guys that would come from New York, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, coming into Putnam County. Now, I talked to the Putnam County Tourism, they were excited as all could believe that we're gonna get, I mean, we put up shirts, we take this off, we put up shirts, names on it, sponsors, where we're at, and the publicity of what we could bring to show what Crescent City, you know, this little small town, we're small, but yeah, we got a big heart. And we've been doing things for years, and we're not gonna let somebody, just because the noise is loud, stop us from a weekend. I've already got to with, 333, Crystal at 333. There's a boat ramp there. They volunteer real quick. Oh, no problem. They can use our ramp. So yeah, there is another boat ramp. Okay, so it ain't like we're cutting the lake off. Like I said, we're racing 800 foot, 2 lanes. Okay, no, we don't want people cutting in front of our boats running that fast. You know, that's why we, you know, we might have the, you know, sheriff's office out there help control. We're not taking up the whole lake. At the most, like we're saying, 2 docks that whenever I'm down there, they're never used. I mean, I'm nothing against the people. They're never used. I mean, they're there. But we would not obstruct anybody from getting in and out of their place. I mean, that's all I got to say. I mean,
I feel you're gonna be out in.
out, we'd probably be 100 yards offshore. So you can get a better view, get an idea of see what's, you know, you see the boats, see the drivers, you know, the excitement of it. I mean, our organization, we have fathers with their kids driving. We have husbands with their wives driving. It is a family-oriented deal. It's called Southern Outlaw Drag Boat Racing because we have certain rules that we have to go. We have our own insurance. We cover all of that. And the reason I think Mr. Rude was asking us to pass the fee is because, yeah, I mean, we got guys driving in from, like I said, from all over, and they're already gonna have to go to Palatka to stay. So think about the cost of that, just to come to our town to entertain us.
And if you were told that when the proposal for the Lake Stella races were here, the folks that were opposed to it said, Crescent Lake is a better lake for that. If we're over there, we wouldn't have a problem, just not on Lake Stella. So now we have an opportunity to try the race.
We would have much rather had Lake Stella, but no, we won't ruffle no feathers. You know, I know they've done the top speed boats out here, Miss Geico. So it's not like the first time it's gonna happen, or has happened. It's not like we're trying to start something new, just want to bring something back to the little city.
One thing I want to say about noise,
And then I'll let you finish a little bit.
you know, it's only 3 days worth of noise, which isn't really, I mean, it's not a constant race, then you gotta line up and race. Have you ever been to Daytona?
Constant.
It's constant, it's just constant noise, and, so I think it's something that we can handle noise-wise, I believe.
I mean, if you think about it, I mean, we're racing 800 foot. So how much noise from here to 800 foot? It's not that, it's gonna be quick, and this will be done. You won't hear it for another couple of minutes until the next set of boats come up or whichever.
How many races are you? I'm sorry, Commissioner Murray. No, I need to recognize you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The question about the race course, I think I read somewhere that, depends on the weather that day, like the wind, you're
If
gonna.
we run north or south, east, yeah.
So that is a factor there that happens kind of day out. I heard the question was, well, I can just make a statement. You know, I was involved with Romp and the Swamp, like Ron Baker.
Yeah.
And it was an amazing event, and we had a lot of concerns at the time about putting the boats in, because we were, you know, pushing them over the side there, the head shore, and all that stuff, and they brought RVs and all stuff. But those are the nicest, just most amazing people that I ever interacted with. And they loved this town. A lot of them came back, you know, months later or the next year. And I mean, I just think this is gonna be a fun event. I really think it would be fun. And then I want to ask Charles, because I don't, did you interact with them when in Eustis? Because they raced in Eustis, right?
Yeah, in fact, when I was manager of Eustis Main Street, we produced the event for several years in a row in downtown.
I think it sounds like a lot of fun.
I think we need some logistics. I think that, Charles probably, I know you've got a planning that you have to do, but there's just some, to put everyone's minds at ease that, you would have to do the logistics and making sure that the general public knows that they can put in at three, and you know, I think it's changed now, the name's changed.
The Crescent City Bait or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
He said,
They-
he charging for that, is that what that is?
No, when I told Crystal, they were, I mean, I've got a lot of support from a majority of businesses down here. I've even got the, Big Boys Play Toys with Mercury willing to come up if we get this settled. And I think we can get a full Mercury sponsorship. I mean, we can make it big time in our little city. I mean, like I said, I talked with them, they're all on board, use their boat ramp, no big problems.
The reason we need the approval this early is to put it on their calendar, to get it on their.
Can we make, and get our shirts printed, I mean, so we go ahead and start printing up shirts, get our sponsorship in with names, numbers, you know, we can find some way, I mean, we even figure out the name of the race. You know, it can be whatever y'all might want to decide.
There was the concern that was raised as far as the manatees, and so how do you deal with that? I know we do have the manatees out there,
We patrol for them, and then, you know, there's no signs, no seat, then we, you know, usually before every race, or he can class or heat, make a pass, make sure everything's good, keep a lookout.
I'm gonna, out of respect for him, he respected everyone. When you spoke, I'm gonna ask you to be respectful of his time too, please.
So,
We asked him to speak, he's the, so,
you know,
yes, sir.
I mean, so, I mean, we're figuring on bringing 50, 60 boats, you know, having that much, you know, bringing that much into the city, the town, just looking to have a good time. I mean, everybody's, you know, a couple of guys apparently used to actually test on Lake Stella, and they heard they were coming back to Crescent Lake, and they were like, or Crescent City, they were excited as unbelievable. And they're like, you know, that was just the greatest little town. They were, you know, they embraced us and took us all in. So, you know, I'm getting a lot, they're getting a lot of, you know, excitement on our sites for people that's wanting to come.
Yes, Commissioner White.
If we were to ask you to pay the $300 permit fee, would that kill the race?
Well, it would be hard, because we're already trying to fund up, I mean, I've got with Putnam County, I've got with tourism development, they've offered us some funds. You know, we gotta, you know, we gotta get our divers, we gotta get our divers, we gotta get the paramedics, you know, we gotta have a paramedic on site the whole time. So, I mean, you know, we have about a little over $5,000 worth of fees for us to put it on, and that's just with coming to the site.
I do need to disclose I'm on the tourism board, so I apologize, I should have done that in the beginning, and we got into it, I didn't, so, but I am on the tourism board.
Right.
Well, it sounds like there might be support with the fee in place. To charge $300 fee.
Commissioner, what is your?
Well, do we have a second for the motion?
No, motion died, the first motion died.
Okay, so I don't even understand why we're discussing this if the motion died.
Because we might get a motion to approve the permit with a $300 fee.
No, you said you used to do this in Eustis with
Eustis.
Main Street.
The Main Street program put it on.
Okay, we have a Main Street. Is that
Yes.
a possibility?
Well, these folks are willing to do it themselves without us having to put it together. So in Main Street, we went and looked for sponsors, and it was a lot of work to put on the race, and then they brought in the officials and ran the race. This is a better way. They want to
I
run the
understand
race.
that, are they willing to maybe support the $300 fee?
I don't know.
Okay, commissioners, we had one motion that failed, and that was to pay $300 fee, so.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, thank you. So if I don't, I'm in the motion.
I can make the same motion, Ken.
And make the same motion.
I move that we accept, the proposal for Southern Outlaw Drag Race Association put on the race in Memorial Day.
I'll second
So we have a motion and a second, and that was waiving the fee.
Yes.
Okay, we're waiving the fee. We have a motion and a second. I would like should this pass, that we get a better understanding, more logistics, as to, and making sure that the general public is made aware, and that we've done all that we can to make sure, and that you've done all that you can. Yes, sir. We haven't taken a vote yet, so.
I was just making one thing, I mean, our race site, our platform, we're on 4 different, Facebook, internet pages, and the race will be live streamed and talked about, and that's another reason we want to go ahead and put it out there, so we can get that outside community, knowing that we're gonna have it and promote it as much as we can on our end. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, we have a motion and a second. Karen, yes, Commissioner Vega.
A comment. So for about the last 15 to 20 years, we've had people coming to tell us that they're gonna have this big event on one of the lakes, and it's gonna put us on the map. And really, all that happens is deterioration. I don't know if this is such a big event. I'm not sure why they're not having it in Palatka. The 2 things that really concern me are, the permit, which is dated 11/8, has yet to ever be posted with the agenda. The public has never had access to this permit. And as well, I don't remember anyone from the public coming to speak in favor of this. We did not hear any residents of Crescent City, if I recall, saying that they were for it. So that gives me great pause. So that's my comment.
Karen.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner LaFleur?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Nay.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so agreed.
Thank you, Mayor.
You know, I will say this though, we're holding, we're really taking a chance here.
Yeah, we will do our best to make y'all very happy, and hopefully y'all will ask us back.
I mean, yeah, I just want you to know that we are, and so we're putting that trust in you, so
Much
thank you.
appreciated. Appreciate it. If there's anything y'all need from us, all you have to do is let us know.
Mayor, the next item is consideration of reappointment of Patricia May, Madden to the Tree Gardens Board. Maybe she's the chair, and I'm the chair. I would like to serve another term.
Okay,
And I would gladly and happily move that Patricia May remain on the training guard board.
okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Mayor, the next item, we discussed this factor in the budget process for the Better Place Plan. It's water area maintenance contract for our water plant. This item and the next item were in the Better Place budget. We explained back then, we'd bring them to you when the time came. Keith is here to explain what's happening in the plant, and the need for this, and to answer your questions.
Can I just say something before we move on with this one? Okay, this money is coming out of the Better Place Plan.
Yes.
Okay, then we have another thing for the, let me see. Whole deal on yes, thank you. Okay, for 228,000.
That's our
Now, can this particular thing be, some of that money, that ARPA money be used for this plan that he's gonna get up and talk about? The reason I ask this is because I'm gonna tell you, if you say that we have $228,000 to do the hydrants. If I figure we replaced all 22 hydrants, just replace them all, okay, that cost would be $176,000. And you basically have given them, spend it till you don't have any money left. Well, I know most people, if they get a free here's your ticket, and you can spend money until it runs out. They'll make money spend until it runs out. Now, supposedly only 12 of those hydrants are, the replacement. So at $8,000 a piece, I'm just saying, 176 would replace all 22, and you'd have about $52,000 left, which is very close to what this would cost. And then some of that Better Place Plan money could come out in our discussion with our workshop on animal control.
Well, those hydrant costs did not include the insert valves, which are a very, very, very expensive item, and we don't know yet how many of those we would need. We need a lot of them. We won't be able to finish the fire hydrant project. We'll go as far as we can. We're gonna discuss that when that comes up, but fire hydrant project will be first simple repairs that we can do.
Well, I
See what's
heard
left.
simple repairs, but then I
Then we move
heard
on to,
all replacement for $8,000 a piece.
well, that's just their proposal. We're gonna see what they need when they get in there and move through it slowly. That agenda item is to get a firm on board we can begin working with to do the project. I don't anticipate that money will be enough. It may very well be. We can come back to you and say, hey, we have some ARPA money left over. We finished the fire hydrant project.
Okay.
But this item is outlined in our Better Place.
I'm gonna,
I would just like to ask for clarification to make sure we're all on the same page here. I understand I agree with Commissioner Burton, it's very important to use your available monies in the best spot from whatever fund they are. But it's my understanding, Better Place Plan, were you thinking that we would use some of that money for an animal control facility?
Well, we haven't discussed that with the workshop, but I'm sure some type of cost will incur.
Because the reason I bring it up is, Better Place Plan is only for physical facilities, so.
Yeah.
we'll discuss. Okay, so we need to get on with this. Approval of the easy event contract, my understanding is spreading this out over 3 years, is that correct?
This one is,
Are we on the water area?
the aerator is
I'm sorry.
a larger cost that they've offered to spread it over 3 years. It's a small part of it.
There he is. It says 4 years and it says 3 years.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Yeah, the aerator's gonna be spread out over 3 years.
Okay.
And then it goes back to, what is it, 3,000 something?
Okay. A normal contract.
Yeah, normal contract.
Yeah, so it's 4
The
years.
easy vent, that's the one that I believe we're using for Better Place Plan.
They're both Better Places.
Well,
Easy
really,
Vent's one
the
time.
contract, he spread, I thought they were gonna spread that over the 3-year period.
They are.
Yeah.
But it still comes
It's still coming out
out.
Better
Okay, so the total of the whole thing is about, what is that, about 76,000 maybe?
Something like that. Yeah, the easy bin is we need that. It'll help keep our 100,000 gallon storage tank from deteriorating.
Yeah.
Because it holds the chlorine gases in there now. And this thing will push the chlorine gases out the side.
Okay.
The aerator tower has never been on a contract. Don't know why, it was never added.
I understand it's in pretty rough shape.
Yes,
Now, there's no way to get a new aerator tower? Or what would it
anywhere from
cost?
probably 100 to 200,000. Because you gotta bring an engineer in, they gotta draw it, then you gotta get it built.
Okay,
So you're gonna be looking at a lot of money. It could be 100, it could be 150, it could be even more.
just asking.
Yeah.
All right, good. Any other questions of Keith?
I thought we were good. So this is the area, the thing that's out on top of the water tank that's there, that's the aerator?
Yeah, just to the south
The
of
water
that.
running off,
Right.
aerates the water. Because I don't think people realize what our water would taste like if it wasn't aerated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need a motion.
I move that we approve the, water aerator maintenance contract.
I'll second it.
Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, so approved. Let's go on to the approval of the EV vent contract.
I want to make a motion to go ahead and approve that.
I'll second that.
For 21/5/12, whatever.
Yeah, 21/5/12.
21/5/12.
Okay, do we have any questions of Keith on that one?
No, I think I understand.
Okay. Just making sure. So
Explain
So you made, Commissioner Burton, you made a motion? Yeah. Who seconded it? You did? Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Okay, so approved.
The next item is the results of the RFP to get our fire hydrant work done. We had to resubmit this, relet this RFP. We had no applicants the first time. The second time, we actually got a list of companies from our engineering firm and sent it directly to them. We did finally get one respondent. There are proposals in there to give us an idea of the cost, but we're gonna work with them, as I mentioned earlier, to first just do the simple repairs, we'll mark those hydrants, and then go back in for the more significant work. And that's when we'll determine if we need that insert valve, which is a very expensive piece. Insert valve. Insert valve, yes. So it enables us to work on that hydrant and not interrupt the flow of water. So this would be a not to exceed amount. You approved that in the budget already, designated money. What I need approval is to award the work to CNS Underground Water Unlimited, so we can work with them and begin this work.
Shit, that doesn't make my house. I thought too, I was like, this is great, this would save us a lot of money, we're gonna have ARPA funds, whatever. But if we don't
It
have-
remains to be seen.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. This is not there's not an option.
No, this is,
Fire
that should be priority number one right now.
So, yeah, so
I move,
do I need a new motion?
I move that we approve the contract with CNS, the proposal to CNS Underground Water Unlimited for RFP 2023-04.
Second.
Proper motion and a second. Any more discussion, commissioners?
I just,
If none, please all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, so moved.
we make sure that like, the one that threw bananas is still for us. I mean, seriously.
That's-
That's scary.
Yeah.
So the next item is, really to get direction from the commission, whether you want us to come back with a lease or how you want to proceed, for consideration of using, the 117 North Summit, currently where Bella Kyle is. They've indicated they'll move out into February to put our law enforcement offices in there. My proposal is to not charge them rent. For me, that would be like we charge our planner consultant to use a desk in City Hall to do our planning. They're our law enforcement agency. Obviously charging them rent to do our law enforcement. I think we would just see that cost reflected in an increase in our contract with them. So it makes sense to provide that.
Is that what Colonel Wells is here?
Yes, Colonel Wells is here and
Okay.
talk to us about that as well.
I think he was just here. I think Carl Wells was just here because
I certainly came because this is on the agenda. If you have any questions or need anything.
Raj, what's wrong with the middle school? Where you guys on that?
I'm sorry.
Is that, why my question is what's wrong with the middle school? I know there was an air conditioner problem and they fixed that, or it was fixed. I don't know how it was funded.
The problem is the uncertainty of where the middle school goes. And so while this becomes available at this point, I think that the thought process was this may be more of a permanent solution. Yes, we did, waited a while to put an air conditioning in our office in there just because it potentially will be just a waste of county funds once the office is gone. But realizing that the school was not going anywhere at this point and we had no other options, we went ahead and did that. So I think that that was the purpose when we were presented the idea potentially for consideration of the commission by the city manager is that we would be willing to move to that location. It was part of the original negotiations. I know you weren't on the commission at the time, but I know you watched them closely, that the city provided location for to house the office. During those negotiations, we became aware that the city could use had a space need for potentially where the police department was. And at the same point, the school district had at least a temporary opportunity for us to move there at no cost. So it worked out great for all of us at the point. I just don't know what the certainty of it there is to remain. So that's how we ended up in this and conversation. And just to further, I think that in initial conversations with the city manager that, I think it would be an ideal location for us and, it would be a continued benefit. So just want to hear what you guys think on it. If you have any questions of us and, what the opportunity may be.
Mayor, I have a request. If this is not an urgent matter for the sheriff's office, we are not done with our agenda, and I would move that we, table this and bring it up on the February agenda so that we can give it proper attention.
There's another motion, and I'll table it.
Yeah,
Well, that we do not consider it tonight.
thank you for your suggestion. Commissioner Banks, you had a question?
No, I just wanted to say, I think that is a very good, thing that we bring the sheriff off from down there, up there, cause it, the visibility.
Visibility.
That people can see them, and sometimes it'll be a lot of cars, sheriff cars, highway patrol, and so people can see that and that'll deter some of the, things that might happen. Yeah, I think that's a good.
As far as,
Yeah, whenever we pick up the, thing.
as far as cars go, how many cars do you guys have normally with the people? I'm just wondering how that's gonna interact with the county in there, because I mean, the police department was there, and the city hall was there, they used to park them all right in front.
We would certainly control that however you see fit. So normally during the business hours, the district commander and the deputy district commander, work in the area quite frequently with the 1 to 2 that are on duty in the area. But what you often see over at the office where it is now, and certainly we will need to remain cognizant and courteous of this, you may see all of the East District cars there. Because they gravitate toward Crescent City because their district commander's there. It's an opportunity for them, to take breaks at the bathroom, whatever they need to do. So, and then sometimes the district commander may opt to have meetings with the sergeants or other people there. So there would be a potential, while I say it rare, I'd probably say the average during the Monday through Friday would be 3, 4 maybe. But you would see a potential, especially if the district commander had arranged for some kind of operation to take place down here at that particular time, but it could be much higher. But we certainly understand that there may be some limitations on the parking there. I think the high.
We have the back parking lot.
Yeah, so you could, I've seen 11, 12, 13 patrol cars at this office, depending on what he's conducting over there. We would just, realize it would need to be out back parking. Because I believe I've been in there, it has the back end.
It does, it has a back
Yeah.
entrance. I think from visibility, I have a lot of people still ask me, where is the substation? With it being over here, I think that visibility for me,
Used to be
so.
automatic.
Anyway, yeah, we still have to wait, and they could ask for an extension, we don't know.
Sure, yeah, we understand that that's.
So this is just a concept, and I guess, Charles, you would bring back a lease agreement, okay?
Yeah.
So that's a direction, so we currently have a motion and a second, don't we have a motion? Did we get a motion?
No.
Oh, no motion, okay. I thought we had a motion, I'm sorry.
I'll move to approve, authorization for utilizing the offices at 117 North South or North Summit Street for the sheriff's office substation.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Move to write a lease or to.
I'm sorry?
Or is that a motion to write a lease, using this agreement by lease?
He's got to bring us back.
So we need
Well, he does, so it's authorization for utilizing the offices.
And bringing back the lease.
And bring back a lease.
Okay, so and bring back a list, okay? For the sheriff's office substation.
Okay. Karen, will you do a roll call for us, please?
Commissioner DeVito? Aye. Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so me?
Can I have somebody in addition?
Yes.
If you guys do move over here, I'm worried about the school. I don't want that place. I know that the reason why it's been safe and not moving into is because you guys are down there. And I know when we were there, the archive in the back, it was nice to know that you guys were up front, so I just hope
We're
that.
talking about the security of the schools.
Yes.
I'm sure we can come to a mutual agreement to make sure that while we may not have offices in there, that, there's still access to it, so the deputies can still use that as a stop station, hit the restrooms, whatever they want to do. But we'll do the best we can to take great care
I
of the
just don't
school.
want the same thing to happen.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we don't want it to vandalize.
Okay.
Thank you.
So commissioners, we still have, and I know we really don't want to do this, but we still have a lot of things that we need to get taken care of. So I'm going to entertain that we, a motion from anybody that we extend this.
I move that we extend 15 minutes past 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
15.
15.
I said,
A motion and a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay? Okay, so move, let's get going.
Mayor, next item is authorization for payment of legal expenses to date by Commissioner Lori. I put a invoice in your packet, $455. He since received another invoice, which I gave you a hard copy of in the desk. I think it was $155.
I'll go ahead and say that.
So our request is the total amount, approve that payment of those, repayment of those legal fees.
Okay, need a
And I have
motion.
to recuse myself from voting, of course.
You do, and please make sure you fill out.
I have
the form.
already.
Okay.
He has already filled out this Form 8B,
Okay,
filed it today with.
okay. Commissioners, I need a motion.
I approve authorization of payment of Commissioner Lori's legal fees.
Second, do I have a second?
That's it. It could we, because it's a reimbursement, and then I would assume it's just for this amount. And then we'll have to come back to that.
Okay, so I move to approve authorization of $595 is to reimburse, Commissioner Lori's legal fees.
Okay.
Now, we need a-
Commissioner Banks, your second. Okay, do we have any discussion?
Well,
I can explain what it's about.
well,
I think some people don't know.
we'll
Yeah,
move that,
explain to them.
Why don't we let Bobby explain
and
it?
draw from the city attorney.
I mean, I'm not, obviously, the city's not involved in the lawsuit, but what apparently has happened is Commissioner Lori was brought into the lawsuit by former Commissioner Bailey as an indispensable party because he now holds that seat. He's sued in his official capacity as a commissioner. To my knowledge, there's no alleged wrongdoing or anything like that. It's simply because he's holding the spot, that he was joined as an indispensable party.
And he's suing the governor.
Yeah, it's between Commissioner Bailey and the governor is the real.
Oh, my God.
And I'm, that was named as well.
And so Commissioner Lori was named because he's sitting in the seat. Okay.
It's not his, I'm in my version.
So Commissioner Vito, did you say you had a comment?
Yes, I asked because the last time we paid legal fees, our city attorney said that we had to make findings and there was specific language that he gave us, as well, and you said you would have language?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary in this
Okay,
situation. I
so
think
you
it's
don't-
different than the recall stuff.
Right, and I think we all got an email today, yesterday, Wednesday, January the 10th, from our city attorney that was forwarded to all of us that says it is, legally sound. Well, he's reviewed the bill and finds it to be reasonable, and he thinks, quote, "I do feel Commissioner Lori should be reimbursed because he's being sued in his official capacity," correct?
Correct.
It is something, I was
Right.
in my official capacity.
So, I'm certainly, on board with paying any bills that, our city attorney has reviewed. I think he should review bills before we pay them. And also, I would like to put his memo and give this to Karen to put in the record with our,
Okay.
I think I have that memo, I think I'm the one that sent it to you.
I know, but we should be in a meeting by.
And Charles, if you would, we've got quite a bit in legal fees this fiscal year. If you would keep us, abreast of the running tally, so we know what we're looking at. We're gonna have more. There will be more, I'm sure. So if you would just keep that so that we're all aware of how much we're incurring in legal fees.
Okay. And then just as overview, there's two different situations when there's repayment of legal fees. There's that the commission can decide to pay the legal fees, and then when we are of the opinion where the court is going to require you. So I think that's where, if the findings are made by the court for the recall stuff, then the payment's going to be required by you. The commission certainly at any point can reimburse the legal fees based on your vote and your ability. I think this is a scenario where the Commissioner Lori is entitled because he was sued in his official capacity. There's no alleged wrongdoing. So I don't believe that there's any reason to wait to see if the court is gonna find that he committed the act or anything like that. I just think this is a different posture than our previous recall fees.
Okay.
Our attorneys.
Right, so as I understand it, Commissioner Burton's motion is for the 455 that was in the packet, plus the additional 140,
What he's incurred today.
just is incurred today.
All in favor, please say, Karen, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so approved.
Okay, and Mayor, before we leave this, if I could just say one thing. I think we need to have some kind of written policy about payment of commission legal fees. That might be helpful in the future, and so that we could have a procedure that we could rely on. And I certainly think when these, hopefully this will be the end of it, but that it's important to have something from our city attorney telling us that this is the right thing to do.
Yeah, and I say, this is currently not been decided, so we will have another bill next month.
I get that.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that like it's not over.
And also,
I mean,
Bobby,
you should know.
Florida League of Cities
Oh,
responded.
yeah, I forgot. We tried to turn it over, when he got served, we tried to turn it over to the Florida League of Cities. And they said that it was outside of our coverage because it was a petition for quo warranto. Basically, they weren't asking for damages from him in his official capacity, so they turned it down. Or we would have went that route, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on. Shipping container.
Next item, this is, to authorize a not to exceed amount to purchase a shipping container to use for storage of our Christmas tree. We got the Christmas tree a year ago. It was sitting under a tarp. Somebody got that sunshine on it all year, which can fade it and critters can nest in it and so forth. So the desire is to have a container that we can make sure it's sealed up from weather, so we can put the parts in there, close it up, to reuse each year, and it'll help it last longer for us. We did some searching online, we believe we can get the container and it shipped here for $3,000 or less. So that was the number we picked. This is a qualified, better place, it's fun, because it's increasing the storage capacity of our public works facility.
And it would stay out of the public works facility.
The big out behind the barn, out of sight, the tree would be in there all year, and we open it up next year.
Is it gonna take the whole thing, sort of?
It came in a semi, so that's a 40-foot box, yeah.
So there's a lot of parts and pieces to it, but the lifespan of that tree is like 10 to 15 years. So we have to make sure.
Depending on how good care we take.
Possibly 20, so we want to take as best care as we can, so.
And this container is watertight, it's a used one, but they can last for 15 years, I found out. And this one is approved or certified that it's dry.
Well, we haven't selected one yet.
How about if we make a motion, so that we discuss it?
We can, because this is not, I mean, we can still discuss it.
I make a motion that we approve the purchase of shipping container for up to $2,000.
Do we have a second?
I think.
I have a motion and a second.
Okay.
Do we have any other discussion on this?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Burton.
Why can't we take, there's plenty of room out there, why have we not looked at taking the buildings that we have and enclosing a certain section of that to not only hold the tree, but to hold other things that need to be in and out of the weather and out of the wind?
Well, currently, we really need the space the tree's taking up for more of our equipment.
I was just down there and I just kind of took a look at, I don't know what kind of equipment you need all that space for, but, it looks like you have plenty of space with the tree there to put more equipment in there.
Well, I don't know what it costs to enclose the building, do we need to keep it out of the rain and the wind? The sun right now, even is way back.
You know, if you put
The
a
sun
container up, I mean, aesthetically, that looks like a container out there. You know, so we just now have, you know, along with all the old trucks and things that we got lined up, now we got a container in the back. So, we do have room, is all I'm saying. If we take that, I mean, you've got 3 big, huge bays. And if you take one of those bays and enclose it for different things that should come out of the weather and out of the wind, why is that not a solution?
Well, I have no idea what it would cost to enclose a bay. It would take that bay out of service. And this is a way to get the tree out of there, get it covered out of the weather, and we can continue to use the bays, things that come and go, whereas this is gonna sit for the next 10 months or so.
And having it in the containers to keep it
We'll close it up.
watertight.
So,
I think it's a better solution. Tying up part of the barn, one of the barns.
Mayor,
yes.
I did not vote for the purchase of the Christmas tree. I do not understand what a community that really is short on funds, and is interested in getting USDA grants for low-income communities is doing with a Christmas tree that was purchased for, how much did we ultimately spend on it?
$26,000.
$26,000. And now, we bought it without a place to put it. It's been up since November. Ideally, we would have had a place to put it. But personally, I think that this is the kind of expenditure for decorations that should be paid for with donations, that should not be paid for with city money when we are so short. And again, we want to be eligible for USDA grants. I really wonder what they would think if they saw the Christmas tree in our park that was paid for from city money. So my recommendation would be to sell this tree and solicit donations for what the community wants and can pay for. So that is my observation on that.
My observation is that I had so many people in the county, in the city, outside the county, reach out to me and tell me how much they love that Christmas tree and what it did to them and how they felt about driving through Crescent City. So to sell it would not be my recommendation. So, and that's my observation.
We have a report in our binders from Main Street that indicates that we have lost businesses, not gained businesses.
Let's not go for the Christmas tree, so let's go back. So we currently have a motion and a second. So Karen, do a roll call for me, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Nay.
Commissioner Glory,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so approved.
I still want to understand if we can enclose part of that building. I really want.
Okay, approval of purchase of a replacement.
Thank you, Mayor. This next item, a few months ago, we had an air conditioner go out on the county annex building, which we replaced at the cost of $6,400. Now we've had another one go out, a larger unit, that would be $9,500. The county has offered to pay for half of that. And so my recommendation is, you approve the cost of, normally this is a normal department operation, we had to replace the unit. They made the offer, so I brought the rest to you, to pay it.
I need a motion.
I move that we accept the generous offer of our county partners and pay for the other half.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it. And I have the question, what budget category is this coming out of?
This will come out of building maintenance.
Okay, do we have the money in the building maintenance fund?
We'll be over budget in building maintenance.
So how do we,
Well, you had asked how much money was left over in the general fund last year, and we had over $200,000 revenue exceeding expenditures. So we'll do a mid-year adjustment and put more money in this line.
okay, I guess what I'm asking is, if we don't have money in this line, is it legal for us to vote to spend the money out of that line when there isn't money in it, or is it legal for you to move money from another location?
Well, I can't move the money without you voting on that,
Right on the fund level, it's fine.
but we can, as long as we fix it
Yeah.
before the end of the fiscal year, we're fine.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Okay,
So we're in good order with this.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Opposed?
Mayor, the next item is our copier contract. We've been in a piggyback contract off the University of South Florida with Xerox. And it's just been terrible. The copier breaks practically weekly.
Always.
And their technician is here, they will not replace the unit, they will only send a technician over and over and over again. So we entertained a proposal from Sharp representative. They offered to essentially match what we're doing now, they'll even take on the maintenance of the 2 copiers we own, which was our reluctance before to change, because Xerox was fixing those 2 copiers. So the proposal in your packet is to switch over, to Sharp, replace that copier so that we don't have to go through this calisthenics we go through to keep it.
We had to unplug this one tonight behind us because it was making horrible noises and running continuously.
Could it be the number of packets that we have printed over the last 4 years?
No, these are my services, position.
No,
These are bill every month,
These
anything,
things only
you know.
print 26,000 copies a month.
it's broken all the time, and I stood there with poor Sheila when she has tried to communicate with Xerox, and they have been unsympathetic. You've heard them over there in that office and what they have to go through, and it's just constant. And he was over in the other office, and I knew this one was broken, and I happened to be and asked him to walk over, and he didn't want to have anything to do with it, so,
I have a question.
yes.
A few questions. So the 2 Xerox copiers we own,
We own the one behind this wall and the one over in the annex.
and then this is replacing the one that's in the office out here?
Correct, one of the utility
So they're
buildings.
taking that one and giving us this one as part of this contract, or this contract that we're approving?
Yeah, we're swapping out the main one and they've agreed to maintain the other 2.
Okay, because I noticed the price for the maintaining of the other ones is much higher than this one, and they, Charles? Sorry. Charles, is this the copier that does the billing?
Yes.
Because I also noticed that this copier has a folding unit that you can get, I don't know if you asked them about that, but the bills have to be folded, right, to put them in envelopes and mail out.
We have a separate machine that folds.
But this one has it built in, you might want to look at that, I mean, it's, they probably can include it in the contract, I thought it was, I love copiers, sorry, it's a thing of mine. These are great copiers.
So can we get a motion?
I move that we approve the contract with AD Solutions.
Can I get a second?
AD Solutions.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, AD Solutions, Mark Sharp. Okay, any further discussion?
Just have a question for the city manager.
Charles?
No, we're just talking about there. Okay, so are we paying any kind of penalty to Xerox?
That's what we're talking about. I said, in the event there were a penalty, I would bring this back to you again, let you know what that was. Right now, we can't get a response from them. We didn't find anything in the contract itself, just other than a 30-day notice required.
Yeah, the contract's horrible. So I read through it, and there were some highlighted portions that I believe the salesman guy did, but then it has a 5-year term, but then I don't even see that it's with us, it's through the University of South Florida or whatever, so there's a 5-year term, and then there's a 30-day. It looks like it might have been signed in 2017, maybe, there's not even any signatures on it. So that's what we were talking about, is that, just to make sure we can get out of that one without any penalty before we sign it.
There's a penalty, I'll bring it back.
And this is a piggyback of the state contract.
Not the USF, yes.
Or no, the one that, this Sharp one is.
This is not, this is.
I thought someone here was a state contract.
It seems that they said they are
It says
qualified.
NASTO, Point Contract number 1463, state of Florida.
They're
That's right
approved
here on the-
contractors, I believe.
Okay, that was on the means.
I think that's what it means, they're approved contractors in the state of Florida.
Right, so I guess my only concern is, in asking that question, obviously we need, working copiers, but, it's kind of, we were discussing it, it's unknown as to a penalty. But, so if we approve this tonight, we sign on the dotted line with Sharp, what if we owe a huge penalty?
Well, we won't sign it until we
He
know.
won't sign, that's what he was just saying.
I'll bring it back.
Okay, so you won't, I didn't hear that part. All right, fine.
Okay.
Do we need a second? We have a second.
We have a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
We need to schedule 2 workshops.
We've got, we need to schedule 2 workshops. Commissioner DeVito, do you need to give us a homeless point in time update?
Just real quick, so, I have volunteered to be the point person for South Putnam for the annual point in time contract. This is run out of, the lead agency in Alachua County, United Way of North Central Florida. SMA Healthcare, in Palatka, as usual, is taking care of West Putnam and Palatka. And just to update you, last year, 236 people were counted on that one point in time as being homeless. In your packet, there's the data on the demographics. And by homeless, we mean unsheltered.
Do you have all the you have a good group of volunteers? Only because we're,
Okay, well, just real quick, so we are working on volunteers. We had very capable people last week, but we need numbers.
Okay.
We got capable people, but we desperately need about 10 or 12 more people.
okay, commissioners, please look, thank you, Commissioner DeVito, for heading that up. Everyone, please pull out your calendars, let's look at our calendars. Charles, we've got 30 seconds.
Okay, so, the planning and zoning meeting for next week has been canceled, so next Thursday night is available.
No,
I am
not
not,
email.
I am not here.
And I'm leaving for vacation on February the 1st, and I'll be back February the 15th.
Sounds like after February 15th.
What
So
about,
either before that or after that.
Or we do it the week of the 22nd.
I can do it the 25th.
We're talking February now?
Yeah,
No,
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 January 25th.
January 25th.
Uh-huh.
Mom's on surgery.
I cannot do that week.
Okay.
That week is out for me, and then I'm scheduled to be in Tallahassee, for legislative days. I just signed up for the 30th and
Is
31st.
anyone else attending that on our behalf? Mayor, city manager?
No.
Possibly, I'm still going back and forth with my calendar. So if we go to February, if we go into February, it would have to be, the week of the 26th through the 29th.
Does this have to be on a Thursday?
No,
You mean
It has to be when, Charles is in the country.
Okay, well, so wait a minute, we're talking about animal workshop, and we're talking about the land development code, correct?
Yes.
When is Lupita available?
I don't know, we usually tell her when it is, and
She makes herself available.
okay, let's do this, just because of, I know you want us to set some dates. Why don't you get with Lapita and send us out some dates, we don't have to vote on it. Oh, then set the date, let's set it, let's do something, everybody.
Well, do we have, is it too soon to do either, is Wednesday the 17th of January open or Friday the 19th?
I'm not, I'm out of here in the afternoon on the
19th,
on the 17th.
19th, 18th, 19th.
So, to me, it's looking,
I'm fine on the 17th.
so wait, so what is wrong with, if P and Z is canceled on Thursday, what is wrong with Thursday?
FHS.
But that's,
FHS board meeting in the round of the week.
We have
Gaines, feel free to email. I'm saying,
How about February
night
1st?
starts first thing Friday morning.
Charles, I'm not here February.
Okay, so how long are you going for?
to the 15th.
To the 15th?
Well, I don't think.
Okay, so how about the 19th?
Oh, I thought you were trying to say the 15th.
February 19th.
It's President's Day though.
Monday afternoon,
that works for me, is that
Okay, so
I'll
Monday,
start at 3.
Are we open on President's Day?
3 o'clock, and that's on the 19th. And that's for the land development. Animal control. Want to do the same day? Probably not, so let's do it.
Oh, sure, same day, because what chapter is it? For,
It's the end, we're getting the
It's
President's.
the last
and
two
it shouldn't be, it shouldn't take up that much
It's not
time,
very
should
long.
it?
No, it's
And the
not.
maps.
I mean, I want to do the animal control into the evening so that people, in the late afternoon, so others can be available for that too, that might want to do it. So could we do it immediately following that on the 19th?
Why not?
So you're gonna say 4 P.M.?
No, like,
Just take him a time.
Yeah, immediately following, it would just be immediately following, so do we hear on the 19th? Okay, starting at 3 o'clock. Yes, sir, okay, I need a do we need a motion?
I adjourn.
Sure, set the dates, we don't need a motion.
No, I need,
I need a motion to adjourn, huh?
I need something. I got, sent another letter from another attorney representing Clarion that they really are gonna sue us this time. So, Charles and I are looking for direction. My suggestion is to turn it over to the Florida League of Cities and see if they'll handle it.
Yeah.
I have we can print it out, pass it out. It's another demand letter from Clarion.
So they want to sue us, they want,
Tell them to us,
They want, or I want what we need to do next with it.
but turn it over to Lee.
Last time you directed us just
To write,
I will see you in court, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's still my
Stand by
position. I think.
okay, wait. Okay, so you need some direction from us, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
And my recommendation is that we first turn it over to the Florida League of Cities to see if they'll handle it.
okay, Commissioner. So we have a motion for that, a second.
Yeah.
A motion and a second, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
I will adjourn.
So I need a motion to adjourn.
I will
We
adjourn.
can move to
You second it, Commissioner Banks? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you all for sitting through this.
Aye.